Sorry, y'all. Hey, y'all. How are you doing? I was taking a drink of water. Didn't expect it to get over that quick. And you know how it is when you try to swallow water real quick? At least I didn't choke on it. How's everybody doing? Kiss off, Deb. And see Deb. Joyful. What else we got? Chuck. Sent you a link, Chuck. D. Sent you a link. Echo. It's good to see all of y'all. It's really good to see all of y'all. It's been a minute. What life? Awesome to see you. I hope y'all don't mind, but I'm going to start out with a prayer. Been hearing a lot of things through the grapevine. I've missed a few things. Well, I've missed a lot of things. Today I didn't see anything. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you, hon. Hope you're being good. All right. Heavenly Father, I come to you tonight and ask you to please protect this channel from all evil. Father, please be with everybody in it, in chat, on panel. Please relieve all of their tensions and let them find some peace during this time. Father, I just ask you that you please take care of those who have gotten the juice. We just keep seeing more and more every day. We're losing our young people, and it's got to stop. Father, I did see where you put one angel in another country that was just giving them sailing. That was amazing. I know you are doing things. I can see them happening. And we thank you for all the things that you are doing. Father, we just ask you to be with us, help us through this, and let us follow your path. In Jesus' name, amen. Yeah, I'm seeing that, Garrett. The one I saw earlier was just a high school student out of gym class and found him in the bathroom. It's horrible. Hey, Carl. How are you?
Miss Bonnie,
You doing all right?
can you hear me?
Yes. 5 by 5.
Bad connection tonight, Bonnie.
Uh-oh. And that's okay. You do what you need to do. I don't want you to feel like you have to be up here, but I enjoy you being up here. Hey, Willie D. Willie D has started a YouTube movement, don't you know? Uh-oh. Sounds good, but it must be cutting on and off. So what's been going on? See a lot of news. A lot of craziness. Craziness everywhere. Oh, man. Can I add to that prayer?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got some really bad internet. I might not be here that long.
I know. And it's okay.
How you doing, Bonnie?
I'm doing pretty good.
I missed your whole intro and everything trying to get up here.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, but you ain't got to be sorry about nothing. It ain't your fault.
No, I just did a prayer and
Good
got
evening,
it
chat.
done.
Whoever's all up in there.
Got the crew.
I finally got them coyotes on tape
Oh, awesome.
just a minute ago, just before you went on.
Yep,
Oh, Auntie
that's
Aunt
good.
Jack emailed me today a little while ago. Said Jeff Beck died.
Yes, I just saw that too. 78 years old. Yep, good guitarist. I had fun at Indy's birthday party last night.
I missed the first part of that. I only caught the end.
Oh,
Internet
I
was
know.
hiding it from me.
I noticed some people missing, so I was sharing it out. Glad you came in.
There were every time I go to search Independent Mini United, it would ask, "Do you mean Independent Man United?" No. So I'd go and I'd get rid of the Y, search again, and it would go right back to Independent Man. It was ridiculous. It was like they were toying with me. And I'm subscribed.
Yeah, go. Hey, Josh. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like anyone you want to watch, you have to go dig for them. It, it that, and it seems to be us who interact a lot together. Annie at Jack, good to see you.
Speak of the devil.
Viral meningitis is what he died from. Wow. D Dog, good to see you. Guess I could drop the link in chat. I had seen Dee earlier. I don't know what she's doing.
All right, I'm going to see the chat here so I can say hello if I can get it to work.
I did see where I missed a cooking show with Deanna. Another thing they hid. I guess she did it live. And Rescue, if you're listening, yes, I was shocked that Indy sent me a personal invite to come up on panel. That was pretty cool. Integrity minded. Good to see you. He said, "Don't pull that card." And I was like, "I'm not pulling the card. I'm honored, and it was just a shock to me." I'm not used to that, being in a chat and being invited up on panel to bigger channels. I'll just say it that way. But we
Well,
really had fun the other night at Chuck's. Hey Josh, how are you doing?
good morning. How are you?
Pretty good.
Well, Bonnie, I got my new band for my microphone.
Oh yeah. Good deal, Josh. Indy, there you are. Um, what was I saying?
Yeah, I just got it a couple days ago.
Oh yeah. So we had really had fun at Chuck's when Tin and Agent J and Krista all came up there. And the amazing thing, even at Indy's birthday party, it was it. Hey John, it was like just family getting together. There was nothing bad about it that I could see at all. It was amazing, and that's what I would love to see more of. More interaction in the channels, because it can be done. And it shows others it can be done peacefully, with no arguments, no bad stuff, just everybody having fun, and having good discussions. When Tin and all them came up, um, she does a little bit different show, and um, but still she shared this stuff with us, and it was great, and we were all just discussing it. Indy, I was so honored. Thank you for having me up there, especially on such a special day. And I could see that you had a lot of people wanting to come up there and wish you happy birthday personally. And it was great. Wish I could get that guitar player over here. He is amazing. I don't know if I got his channel. Every channel they were dropping, I was subbing. So hopefully I got them all. You had a really good panel last night, Indy. It's just so good to see so many people getting together on the panels. Big chap, and that's in my escape for fun and laughs is Deeds Entertainment. He's he is funny, and I I love karaoke. So, um, oh, what night was it? I was playing hooky. I think it was Monday. Sorry, y'all. I was playing hooky, and I was over there at Deeds watching karaoke. Sometimes we just gotta escape everything that's going on and just go have fun, and that we can have fun everywhere too. And I'm hoping that we have some fun here tonight too. And NC Debs, good job on figuring out the title, the song, and the band. I figured not too many people would know that because it's an oldie, a real oldie. I'm sorry, Carl. hopefully it gets better for you with your connection. Devs, I think a lot of us are music nuts, and but that's not a bad thing. I know that people keep saying, "Don't listen to music, don't listen to TV, don't listen to movies, don't listen to nothing." But I'm sorry, but it has always music has always been part of my life. I grew up with it. Cleaning day was music turned on and clean, 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 and it makes cleaning more fun. And so raising my kids, we always had the radio blaring, and we did some funny looks after I'd go into town. And like if my daughter had a football game or a marching contest or something up at the school, any of my kids, we'd go park at the store and some good song would come on. And yes, you can dance in your car. And I'd be just bouncing around and clicking my fingers and singing at the top of our lungs. And somebody would pull up next to me and they're just sitting there looking in my car like, oh my gosh. And I didn't care. We were having fun. And that's how my kids grew up, and they are music lovers too. In the 80s, they love the 80s, 80s music. But we would listen to Bob and they'd play everything. I have had, um, what do you call it? Is it R&B? You young ones can tell me if I'm getting this all mixed up. Motown, um, just rap, um, reggae. I actually like reggae. I don't know how many people like that genre of music, but um, oh goodness, whatever's out there, we've listened to it. And my youngest daughter, I kind of don't listen to her music, and a couple of my sons, when it gets really the screamo, is that what it's called? I'm just not into that. Uh, That will tear your throat up and nothing flat. I don't know what made people start doing that, but it's really not good on your vocal cords. And I don't really like the sound of it. But that's just my opinion. To each his own. Hi, Nora. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping that in the chat. A lot of times the band members don't get their names thrown out there as much. And so um, a lot of times we won't know that they were an amazing drummer or a guitarist or a bass player or whatever. And so um, you just never know. Kiss off, what's the pill supposed to do? It's inside of the dog, right? Hmm. Rod Stewart. No, it would not digest that quick. I don't. No, it would. Hey, Kino. Good to see you. Yeah, had to give my dogs a lot of medicine, flea and tick. Oh, okay. Yeah, they don't digest it that quick. I understand. They're not much different than us. I mean, well, sort of. So you've been working, Josh?
With that, buddy?
You've been working?
Yeah, I've been working. I've been working Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I have off tomorrow.
Okay.
But I can stay up all night.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the other day I was like, okay, I have got to get my sleep schedule straight because maybe that's part of it. All this craziness that y'all know, everyone's feeling it, on edge, all the things. And um, so I was like, I'm going to bed early. I went to bed at 1:30. For me, that's early. That's real early. I woke up at 5 a.m. wide awake. And I was like, no, this isn't how it's supposed to work. I need more sleep than this. Okay, Annie, Jack. I'm sorry. So,
I like my new microphone fan because I have a lot more room on my desk to move my mouth around now.
oh, well, that's good.
I was using this previously and it takes up a lot of room on your desk.
Yep. Yes, and always thank you, mods. Y'all do amazing, amazing, amazing mods. Yeah, you do sound good, Josh. NC Deb said you sound great.
That's why I bought the microphone. I paid like 89 bucks a piece for them. I got the same one by my aunt too.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's good. Looks like it makes you happy. We all need to find our happy. I was a little late starting. Um, you know how you walk in a room and you forget what you were doing?
I didn't think YouTube would make me happy, but it does. It, I'm happy getting on every day or even coming up here with you or coming up here with Rescue or getting on my channel and playing Fortnite. It just takes my mind off of everything that goes on in the world.
Absolutely. And that's, I battled for over a year. Should I stop doing this? Should I stop doing this? Should I keep going? Should I stop doing this? And um, it's therapy for me. And I've had people call me and tell me, please go on and say it's therapy for them. If we're all getting something out of it, that's what it's all about. And it is. It's good to talk to other people. We have to have that social, and we have amazing people in here.
Hmm.
We get so much information. We learn. We joke. We. You know what shocked me last night? Okay, I'm gonna tell all of y'all. I had no clue that guardsmen can sing. Blaine, you've been holding out on us. He did a pretty good job. Yep. I think a lot of people have felt that way too, though, Josh. I know a lot of us are alone a lot of the time. Um, my granddaughter, just because my daughter is due the end of this month, but of course the baby moved, so now she's all worried that the water is going to break, and so my granddaughter's moved in with her. So now I'm like, I'll be on a lot, I'm sure. Whoops, I
Hey,
heard
what
that.
you
And
was just talking about you.
She has no idea it was even me, and she just does it anyway. One day, can
what?
you hear me
What?
okay?
What did I do?
You just looked me right up without even the camera, just said, boop, there it is.
No,
Little
I
bit of
know. I know. I'm going to regret that sometime, but yes, I trust maybe more than I should. But I'm glad it's you, Rescue. How are you doing?
oh, doing pretty good. I just wanted to hop up and say hi.
I'm
Tell
glad
Josh he needs to clean that room, boy.
you
That's a disaster zone.
but not while we're on panel.
Dropping hurricane.
Yeah, the
Dropping
Josh hurricane.
tornado.
Kiss
Rescue
off. What are you in deep chip for? Oh, because Rescue came up. Did you go live today?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Oh, okay. I missed it all. Well, that's because I did the thing the night before where I was trying to go to bed early and get up early, and so I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, of course, that's not enough sleep. So when does it hit you? Like right after you eat lunch and conk. And so then I was up till 6 o'clock this morning,
Oh, dang.
and that's unusual for me. Yes. So
Hey, Indy.
I
Hey,
guess
Willie. Don't you know?
that's what I told him. I said, "You're spreading that all over YouTube now, you know."
Don't you know? For
Don't you?
sure. And Kiss Off says I done nothing wrong just because she always does something wrong. So it's just kind of like it's like a Democrat. They start screaming at you that somebody else is doing exactly what they're doing. That's what Kiss Off. I've done nothing wrong. That means she's done something wrong. It just she tells on herself. What's up,
Yeah.
Edna?
And there it is.
She's a mess.
Yes, she is.
Well, tomorrow night's my auction thing, so hopefully everybody will be
Oh,
able to show up.
and what time is it? Central Time?
9 o'clock our time.
9 o'clock. Okay. Well, even if I go live, I'm over at 9. If they hear that. No, I won't even go live. That's just too short. I know what happens if I try that, because I've tried that. Do a really short one, and then it turns into 2 hours at least.
Hey, what's up, Tom? I didn't do nothing.
Hey Tom, how are you? Yeah, we got to go to Rescue's auction tomorrow night.
I know that sounds loud in this mic. Yeah, I pulled out some of my mom's old jewelry too. I thought some people might like that.
Oh, cool. I'll have to get my granddaughter to cash at me some money so I can at least buy something. We'll see.
It's
I
like
know.
some kind of necklace thing she had.
Is that turquoise? Wait,
No, it's a. These are the little. What do they call those?
ponchos?
Yeah, and then this is the just turquoise leather that goes through it is what you see. But there
Oh,
is turquoise because um,
I thought it had turquoise in the center.
so
Oh, wow, that's pretty.
there is this. I don't know if that even is showing.
Yeah, that is pretty.
That's the front, and that's the back side.
Cool.
And it's kind of like a swelled out, where
Yeah,
it puffed out, but it's got a contour, so that's like a turquoise stone in there.
neat. That is pretty. I saw where you were holding up some of the Afghans and things like that. And
I don't know about that yet. I haven't decided. That
is
was
that
one
a
of her
pine
little.
cone?
Yep, it's a little pine cone,
Awesome.
little gold pine cone. I don't. I mean, I don't think it's real gold. I don't know, to be honest. These are all the little pine cones are loose. I don't know if you can see that, but that, like each little
They
layer is.
would go, oh, cool. Yes. I know my grandmother, um, I got a lot of her jewelry, and there was something back then, and I can't remember what it was called for anything, but it was costume jewelry. It wasn't the real deal, but because I had seen her wear it all my life, of course I was thrilled to get it.
Some little goofy ball thing that she had.
Yep. One of the things my grandmother had, and I
Oh,
think it was you showing something done in the microwave. Was it you?
no, not in
It
a microwave.
maybe it was Dee. I I can't remember, but she had a marble that my cousin had made her and put it into a necklace.
I don't know if I can do this right, but so that little tab on the bottom has got like a little paw print, and underneath it it says Yellowstone.
Oh wow,
I don't think
that's
yeah,
pretty.
come in clear enough,
Yeah,
but it's three different layers.
yeah, yeah. I have some jewelry like that.
And there's just some other little. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to raise some money. I got a plan now. I've been spending the past day and a half kind of.
I'll take you back off.
Yes, I feel like I'm
Sorry about
streaming.
that. Yes.
All right, so let me just wing it until somebody shows up. All right, so let me babble and start
I'm
babbling
sorry
some
I
shit.
interrupted you.
No, no worries. I'm trying to raise I just got to get some money together because I got to get some lumber and I've been formatting my little plan of attack this year.
Yes, and I understand that. I'm fixing to, but I'm going to put it on Facebook. I think I'll have a easier time on Facebook selling my stuff. And I don't have to worry about shipping it or anything. But, because I'm going to have to get a U-Haul to move. So Mondays when they're supposed to go pick it out and do all the paperwork.
Ooh.
So I don't know how long it'll take to get it on the property, but it's getting closer.
Close to D-Day.
Yep. I really need to get into my closet and find all that stuff I'm going to be selling because I know that's where most of it is.
Oh, did you hear some of the good news out of the House? They're McCarthy's gonna okay to release the 14,000 hours of J6.
Oh, wow. Thank
Yep.
goodness.
There's no telling what all we fixing to see now.
Oh, yeah. Well, it'll probably be the ones we've seen that they are trying to hide.
There's going to be stuff that we haven't even seen.
I know, and that's going to be cool because I saw a video on the floor where they meet, and the guy with the horns
Yeah.
was the last one to come in, and CP were all in there, and they were laughing and joking and having a good old time, and the guy with the horns came in, and it was photo ops time, and I was like, what?
Well, he's the one that the cop even stood there, the young guy with the beard mustache cop, and said, well, look, just be respectful, And they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to be respectful. They didn't want to broadcast any of that.
Yep.
Kiss off. I'm sorry. Hold on one sec, honey, if you don't mind. Kiss off.
No.
I don't think I'll have any in the auction. Never even thought about that. I have a fry guy. That's what I always called him for years. He's fry guy. It's a fur ball about the size of like a basketball, actually bigger than basketball. It's just a big ball of hair, and he's got 2 eyes and a big nose, and he's got 2 feet that come out. I called him Fry Guy. Do you remember that drawing, Bonnie, when we were like kids, and you would take like the edge of the paper and you would draw the nose down the thing, and it would make them look like the fingertips were over and the nose was over? And
Yes.
And you do the little spiked hair.
Yep.
That's why I always called him Fry Guy, because I always thought that's what he was like that.
Kiss off. What the heck is that?
Hey, man, you're the one that asked about stuffed animals, man.
And Kiss off, if you need stuffed animals, I think my daughter just loaded up a bag. I don't know if she went and donated it yet, but boy, I can get stuffies all day long.
Hey, I got some Beanie Babies, I think.
Oh, really?
I think my mom had a tub of Beanie Babies around here somewhere.
I remember my babysitter's mother, she was a big collector of those Beanie Babies. And supposedly a lot of them are worth money. I don't know how you would look that up, but
I don't care.
yeah. You're like me. Let's just get it out. Kilroy, Devil Dog said. I'm sorry, Kiss off. Yeah.
Sorry, she came in and was asking me something. I was just talking off to the air.
Oh, it's okay. We have lives.
Really? What's that?
When you have to interact with people that are right there with you.
And there are I've got some stuffed animals, because if I can hook you up, actually, I'll send you my little bulldog. He's got his little bandana around. He used to ride with me. He's what I could put up between my handlebars and my windshield.
Oh,
I got a little piglet too that's all in leathers because he's a hog.
yeah.
And there's a few others. Yeah, I can hook you up. Used to have one of them damn Astro World Scooby Doos that was like 4 foot tall. I think after about 15, 16 years, the kids finally destroyed it.
Wow. Um, that's my grandparents.
That's
My
cool.
grandmother called my grandfather Papa Bear, and so he called my grandmother Mama Bear. And so my grandmother always had a bear hanging on her rearview mirror, and now my mother has it, and it's hanging on her rearview mirror. So it's just kind of it's a sentimental thing.
My mom had one and used to have my stepdad's coffin rope back when he was a
Hmm.
rodeo clown. So she had the little bear clipped on the mirror, and then he was holding the coffin rope on there.
Cool.
He was a rodeo clown called Huffy, and after he retired, he took a horn in the hip, so he retired. But then he used to do it for like the kids for all the holidays and stuff. He'd get on like the little moped, put all the balloon streamers, get out his little costume, put it on, his little 6-gun cap guns, and he'd go put on a show for him. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what we need to hang on to. Those memories, the too many things, the knowledge, the things that they did.
Yeah, I saw that. He was saying, Bonnie said, well, we have classified documents found at Penn University by Potato Head when he was vice and still no raids. Oh,
And
yeah. And it's even worse than that, though. See, it's not even just the raids. That dude not only was that at a think tank that was created at the Penn University, but that was actually even funded by Chinese donors. And
yeah,
it's I want to say it was damn near almost like $50 million worth.
yep. Uh, I think that one's gonna get pretty deep. And I could have sworn that I saw earlier that they found more somewhere else. I don't know if I saved it or not. And I was like, oh, he's in trouble.
And it's just like I brought up earlier was, you got all these paintings that he's been doing that are supposedly being bought by these anonymous donors that I guarantee you track that, and it's going back to China money. You've got the whole Burisma thing. It just it's corrupt as can be.
Yes. And, you know, we're all praying and hoping. It, I just think when there is a overflow of it and they can't deny it, there's just no way they can just continue to get away with it. That's when we need to get louder. Have y'all seen the J6ers? J6ers go to the prison every night. I think it's 9 o'clock Eastern time. They do prayers, they do the pledge with the prisoners. You can see the
National anthem.
prisoners inside, yes, in the national anthem. I'm going to drop a link for, there's several links in this link for anyone that would like to check it out. Because we need to pray for those people, the prisoners and the people that keep going out there to make sure that we don't forget.
Well, see, that's another thing that I wish we could get people a coordinated effort. Everybody should be writing their representatives a
Yes,
very nice, polite, but direct letter that they need to get that handled. They need to deal with that. Because, see, that's people just don't need to lose sight of a lot of the shit that got created in the last 2 years was by Pelosi because she was in that seat. Well, now that she's not, he can change some of that shit because now he runs that 10 square mile.
yep,
So, and that's what they need to do. That's why people that don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, she'll be one of those that'll go kicking in that door. She'll be ready. Because it was her and
I hope
Louis
so.
Gohmert and another one, Matt Gaetz,
Gates,
that
yes,
tried to go in there that got the runaround. Then that captain chick even like suckered them to go back out the door and then locked them on them. So
yeah.
I think they got a score to settle.
Hey, Black Watch. I don't know though. I just keep thinking it's photo ops. Look at all the senators that came down to the border. They saw a body floating in the river. Did it do anything? When they went back up, and for how many years they've been saying this on the floor, I've seen them bringing it up over and over and over. Chip Roy and uh, Gates and Ted Cruz and all of them keep bringing it up, and here we are still. 30,000 are going to be sent back, but we're going to push through 30,000 to get them legal quicker.
Well, we've done had 5 million people come across the border in the past couple of years.
Yes, I saw that.
But I will see, and
But
I
that's
don't know.
counteracting.
But you got to give it time for the pendulum to swing. Like it's a good start. I don't know. I think that having that House seat, he's already following through with we already have one of the most powerful committees. He's establishing the church committee to look into the weaponization of the DOJ.
Yes.
People are like, yeah, but what's the big deal? That's a church committee. Church committee is one of the most powerful in the land. I mean, they can dig. And
Cool.
so you just look at things like that, and then you just got to remember, and I don't know, I don't want this to sound too crude. I don't mean it that way, so sorry if it kind of comes out kind of blunt, but you know what? Here's the deal. We just got the House. We have the seat of the House. Now I guess it figures out on what the other 100 million people are going to do in the next 2 years or year and a half. Are we just going to sit around and whine and gripe about shit? Or are we going to get up and start participating in our local school boards and our local elections?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think I don't know, I could be all totally wrong, but the case that everybody was waiting on Monday, was that the 6th?
Say it again.
That case that everybody was waiting for Monday. Well, it was Friday. Friday was the 6th, wasn't it? And then Monday was when we were supposed to hear whether they were going to accept it or not, the brothers. And so they were asking for letters. And then I heard later that maybe they didn't get enough letters. If more people would send in those letters whenever they make a request like that, when someone asks, Tennessee Patriot, what was that he was working on, where he was asking for?
What letters can you send once a case reaches going into the Supreme Court? Because then that would be introducing new evidence, and that'd be a whole chain of evidence and custody stuff. So,
and that's another thing. I think we waited too late to even hear about it.
What's Chad got? Are you that brainwashed? I don't know what I was brainwashed about. Like Trump saying, throw her in jail. What? And shortly after that, Trump introducing the Clintons. All day. I don't know. I don't know if there was another conversation going in chat or if it's somebody that bounced from one chat to another, or I don't know.
I don't know either. Chad, I did not hear us mention Trump at all.
Yeah.
He,
When did he say throw her in jail? What was that, like a long time ago or something about Pelosi, or I don't know even when that was,
yeah,
because
he was
always
saying it
rattle
right off. he was, um, he said that a bunch of times.
I gotta tell
And
you, dude, he's living in everybody's heads to this day. Can you imagine? He didn't even have to do shit, and he still lives in everybody's head.
true, but um,
Sorry.
I'm not. How do you say it? Without offending everybody. Well, just say it, right? That's the way we do it in Texas. I am not dependent on him for anything. I'm not thinking he's going to come in on a white horse. I'm not thinking he's going to come save the day. I think there's a lot of things he could have done when he had the power that he didn't. And so, and God says, do not put all your trust in any man or in one man. How did he say that? Anyway, I'm sticking to that. As things happen that are good, then I will acknowledge and say, okay, there's a small win. Each one, even though it's small, it just keep on. It's building up to be a bigger one, I think. But
As
no,
long as today is better than yesterday, we're making progress.
absolutely that too.
So
I'm still
there's
breathing and
and there's positives. So even if they do one little thing, it's
yes.
like people went on to the IRS thing, and I heard that yesterday. People were going, see, that doesn't mean anything because it's going to go to the House and they're not going to pass it, and he's not going to say it. So it's not going. They miss the whole point because they're so hyperbolic nowadays that they feed off of something and just dogpile on it, because the catch to the IRS agents, and if they would go and actually listen to the floor stuff, not the media shit or the YouTube shit, listen to the floor stuff, then what you'll hear is that they're going to repeal the funding for the 87,000 IRS agents, which the House holds the purse strings. So it's not introducing a bill to just do away with those agents. It's they're going to repeal the funding for them, which means if you think you can hire 87 on the little minute budget that you have now, you go for it, buddy. They just know that they can't. So, but people pick up on the hyperbolic talk of, they can't get rid of those agents. They can't pass it through the Senate. It's like, it's not about that. It's the funding. It's the money. They can slow the roll on the dollar.
Yes. And Kiss Off, thank you so much for posting that link, because you're right. After that happened, I read exactly what it was, and you're on point right there. That would actually have been a bad thing.
I would like to comment. I will say on Chad. So Chad, I understand because you said the Clintons, it's all there. You got a connection between Trump and the Clintons, and then that's all you, bud. I see it totally different, just because I've sat here and watched a whole party expose themselves because they lashed out at that guy so bad. They went so batshit crazy that everybody has gotten to see just how bad is. And yet to this day, there's still people that are like, it was the same. They're in it together. And it's like, yeah, you missed the mark, in my opinion. I think they're different. Well, is he perfect? Hell no, ain't nobody perfect, in my opinion. Do I think that he meant the best for our country versus the worst for our country? Yes. Do I think he was doing more for Americans than what's being done now for Americans? Yes. Do I think he had better intentions when he was president than this shithead that we have now? Yes.
Oh, definitely.
That's all I can say is the facts say what they are.
Yes.
My paycheck, my life, my bills, my lifestyle, my food, my groceries, my friends, my family, their lives were all better 5 years ago.
Yes. All of us. I I mean, I can't see how a person can say their life is better today than it was while he was in office. There's no way. And what did I see? Oh, and that 3 letter uh, that you send your return to every year. I did see that they're trying to not um, not abolish them, but they're trying to. It was the funding that was
It's the money.
supposed to go into it. They're trying to block that, the funding
Yep. They're going to
for
repeal the funding for those 87,000
the
IRS agents.
87,000. Yes.
So they're not going to have the money to pay to hire the 87,000. It's not that they can stop them from hiring, and they just can take away the money that they would pay them with.
Yes.
I don't know, man. That's CNN talk there, Chad, but that's cool. I mean, I can see where the information's coming from now, brother. So as soon as I see that rich, that might as well be the kid in the cages thing. I mean, it's just like, okay, it's a CNN media hype. Let me
Yes.
run with the story. Well, as long as you're happy with your Democratic choice, Chad, and as long as in your little fantasy world that your life is supremely better than it was, 5 years ago, hey, man, if it works for you, brother.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the pharmaceutical shit. People forgot about the injectors and how he was going to hold them and change the cost of that. Nope. And then they're like, and it's like, but yet you'll talk about how the media corrupts you and pollutes you with all this messaging, but yet you won't acknowledge that that's what happened with that too. Isn't that ironic? The VA, hell, for the first time in VA history, the VA employees were accountable. They could be fired. They changed the service. When you walked into that place, you didn't get shoved in a corner and treated like shit for a moment. For a moment, that person on the other side of that desk had to treat you with respect. Otherwise, they would get fired. Guess what, dipshit, when he sat down in that first day, he did executive order to take that all back to the way it was. So now they can treat you like shit and they don't get fired. Well,
Yep.
How come nobody wants to talk about that? That wasn't good? Oh, but wait, he talked about grabbing somebody somewhere. Wait, what? It's
Hey,
like the
Stephanie.
retard is counter to the shit. Nobody just gets me sometimes.
I know. Well, and even sometimes you and I don't see the same thing, but that's the beauty of all this is being able to discuss different views. But if Chad is here to disrupt, then we might have a little bit of a problem.
Well, actually, Stephanie has a good point, too. Tariffs were designed to run our country. And see, there's another thing. And nobody wants to credit him with all the tariffs. Everybody went into panic mode when he implemented the aluminum tariff. And oh my God, you can't believe you're doing this. You can't. And all of a sudden, guess what? We were starting to get some money because they bowed up and there was like, yeah, well, we want to do business in the U.S. That is kind of our bread and butter. They're all kind of really complacent and lazy and buy all our shit and make us all a bunch of money. So, okay, we'll pay your tariff. But no, we'll forget about that.
Yes, Aniat, Jack. If you want to remove it, you can. I don't know. Have you read the new rules of YouTube?
Apparently, not all of them. I know I heard some about cussing. A bunch of cussing will get you.
That's all I've heard is the first 5 minutes you cannot cuss. And I'm like, well, I don't usually do that. I'm not too worried about that one, but I know there's a whole lot more to it. I need to find it, I guess, and read it.
Right, Garrett? Yeah, the Clinton was corrupt as hell. I mean, damn it.
Yes.
If you mention anything about the World Trade Organization or the World Health Organization or the World Economic Forum, that all got created with the Clintons. That's who started that ball rolling.
Kiss off, you're not a shit starter.
No, you're a troublemaker, kiss off. There's a difference.
Yes, there's a difference.
John. By the way, does this mic sound okay, Bonnie? I plugged the headset mic back in.
I didn't have a good day with my camel today.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I wanted to come home. I wanted to do a premiere. I scheduled it, but I scheduled it for the wrong day.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you gotta watch that.
So I had to delete the whole thing and I have to do it all over again because I don't know how to change.
Well, you can just go in and edit the time. So did you do it through StreamYard or YouTube?
YouTube.
Oh, okay. I think you can still go edit the time there.
I don't know. I just know how to do it in StreamYard.
I know I've done it before, though. I think I went to a stream one time 12 hours late, or I was 12 hours early because I actually said it wrong. I didn't pay attention to the AM, PM.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what I've done. I've set it up, and then somebody will send me a message. Oops. Go back, edit it. It's not what I meant.
I just wanted to try it out to see what it was like.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, John, by the way, has a new little recipe thing out that he put. And it was these, well, he did several. He did one was a regular sausage link, and then he did one that was like the little breakfast sausage links, and he did another one that was jalapeno and cheese sausage, and then he did a fourth one that was bacon. But he put the link in, so you go to John's page, and you can see it in the video. He put the little list of all the ingredients, but he also put a link to Amazon for these little pans, but they're little hot dog bun pans. And that's what he used to make these. And he put them in the oven, and they came out like little, I don't know, they were like humongous kolaches almost, is what they were like. But anyway, he's always cooking so much good stuff, and the other stuff I've cooked to his was good, so I just know that has to be good too.
Yes. I know I love pigs in a blanket. That sounds crazy, but
You know.
so that all sounds amazing, especially the jalapeno, anything with jalapenos, I'm in.
Well, he did kind of corrupt me though, because see, I used to be all about the kolaches things, the pig in the blanket. That was the thing, man. We made them at home. We made them. I'd stop and get them at work.
Yes.
But then he turned me on to these little cinnamon roll ones. So you take the cinnamon rolls and you pull them apart, and then you unroll the cinnamon roll. And then you take the little breakfast sausages and you roll that cinnamon roll around that breakfast sausage. And then you put it in the oven and you bake it. And OMG.
And it's good?
Oh, man. It's like delicious.
I'm going to have to try this. I have always been food, meats, especially food, no sugar, vegetables, no sugar. sugar's the dessert. And so whenever that's how I lost a chili cook-off. And I was shocked because I made old-fashioned, from scratch, real chili. And I was watching these guys next to me, and they're putting in brown sugar and uh, I don't know, maybe even barbecue sauce. They were putting in things, and I was like, man, they're ruining that chili. They won first place, and I'm all, what is wrong with people's taste buds these days? What's going on? Because I just don't put sugar in anything that I'm cooking as a casserole or a main dish. It just, it's never crossed my mind. But cinnamon rolls are a weakness of mine.
Well, and I'll tell you, because like he does in his recipe, he did some that had the regular cinnamon roll glaze, but then he also did like a honey spread. And
Oh,
but believe it or not, um, my wife liked it just plain, no glaze, no
yeah.
honey, no nothing on it, just the cinnamon roll with the sausage, and it was like the perfect combo. And it was like, man,
Wow.
don't you good stuff.
Oh, see,
So yeah, it
there
didn't
was a
last.
second location. I knew I saw that.
So you
John,
think I
John,
need?
all you gotta do is fry spam and make it taste good.
Well, yeah, I mean, you need an anti-spam person to be the judge. Because see, I can go in there and make a spam sandwich the way it is, or I can fry it. It don't.
Oh, really? I can't
Yeah,
eat it raw out of the can, but fried with glob of mayonnaise, yes.
Garrett said once I heard we were talking about Clinton over here, I was like, perfect topic. And there you go, Tom.
Awesome, John John. Keep them coming out. I'm gonna have to go back and look. Can't go
Well, I'll
wrong with
try this again. What's up, Rescue Boris?
hey
Well,
Carl.
what's that, Carl?
Oh, bad internet, real bad, all day long.
Wolverines.
Mm.
Wolverine!
Wolverine!
Well done, Boris.
Oh, with maple syrup. That sounds good too.
Now I heard you talking about that, Bonnie. When it comes to like baked beans and chili and that kind of stuff, I put a little mustard, a little brown sugar, maybe a little molasses, maybe a little honey. You know, I put stuff in there sometimes, a little barbecue sauce, and not too much. Just enough to add a little tang. And I tell you, I've had some people really impressed with those beans.
Yeah.
You ready for a real kicker? You can now. I know you won't try this, Bonnie, because you don't want nothing sweet in your stuff. But Carl might actually try this. But so when you do a pot of beans, right about an hour before you're gonna call them done, take you a shot of maple syrup and run it right down the center of them beans. You squeeze that bottle, and then stir them up and let them sit for about an hour, and
Ooh, doggy, maple beans. That sounds good.
they come
I'll be
out
trying
awesome.
that. I'll be trying
Aniak Jack, why did you just throw up in your mouth?
Spam.
Oh, is it spam?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know that there are a lot of spam haters, and I just, eh, we grew up on it. I
See
like
you in a
it.
couple of years when you're ready for a meal.
Yep. Oh, okay. Um, The only thing I absolutely cannot do anymore, and because I grew up on it, is
Potted meat.
potted meat and those Vienna weenie things.
Oh yeah, Vienna sausage.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't. I we had to take that.
I
That
can, but I'd have to be real hungry.
yeah, maybe it was smothered in something. A1. If I put
Well,
A
they
in them,
got something now. They got barbecue ones that are a little bit better, Bonnie. They didn't have those when we were kids.
okay. Well, that's there was four of us. Mom made our lunches for school, and it was either potted meat or Vienna. It's sausages, whatever they are. They're every day, and
You know, it's funny about those Vienna sausages. I've never found anything you can do with those to make them any better.
no, and
Oh
she
yeah.
would just slice them
No.
in half and put them in the sandwich, and
Take
so
yes,
like
get the biscuits, roll them up in the biscuits, make them pigs in a blanket with some cheese
really
Oh, now, that might work. That's a good idea there.
maybe. But
and it's
fifth
cheap too.
grade, I was like, I'm going on strike. And so I would just take the bread to school and eat just the bread. And apparently the school called my mom and it turned into a big thing, and which is surprising way back then. And so she said, all right, what will you eat? And I said, I will eat cotto salami. I will eat bologna. Just not that. And so that from then
I don't know
on,
about that, Garrett. Sometimes you get the news faster than the rest of them.
salami was my
Sorry,
favorite.
Bonnie. I thought you were done. I'm getting glitchy.
What's going on?
I was just saying, Garrett's like, well, Bonnie knows I don't need to be a mod, but I tell you, I've seen Garrett get the news before all of us. Him having a wrench isn't a bad idea because he might be able to drop something someday.
Well, we will just fix that.
Maybe Bonnie didn't want Garrett to have a ranch. Mm.
No,
I'm just
Garrett's a little troublemaker. I'm joking, Garrett. You know I love you.
And I love you too, Bonnie.
Love you too, Josh.
What fried bologna, man? It's actually illegal. I heard a guy. I was listening to a thing earlier, and there was actually a guy that wrote a book, and it's called "Everything I Want to Eat Is Illegal" or something like that. I forgot how that book goes. But his whole thing is he talks about the war that has basically been placed on the farmers by the USDA and the government. And
Yes.
bologna was actually one of the things he was talking about. It's like you can't legally make your own bologna and sell it to your neighbor.
Okay, then we won't sell it. We'll barter it.
Well, that's what I say. I say we just, you can go into the swap out thing.
Yep. There's
I
always
like
a
the ring bologna. I like the ring bologna that comes in the big ring. They got a place here in Michigan that makes. I've actually seen the production of it, so I feel pretty good. It's called Yale bologna, and I like that stuff. It's not the same as bologna you put on the sandwiches and stuff. That stuff's kind of mushy, like a Vienna sausage or something.
no. I
Oh,
get
they do.
mine. We have a meat market, and so I get the fresh cut bologna, cheeses, all that stuff. So I I mean, I'm sure it's changed over the years. I haven't eaten bologna. Um, I think the last time I ate it, it was fried bologna. It is better fried, just like weenies are better fried with the crunchy black on the outside. Yum. I don't
She's a
know.
brat barterer. I just bought some
Yeah.
brats just the day before yesterday. I paid $9 for 6 brats. I mean, they were good, but I don't know about $9 good.
Right. Well, see, if Stephanie is in up around you, then you can just barter with her.
And it makes me mad. My grandmother had a recipe for homemade salami, and I used to always make it, and somehow that recipe has disappeared, and it was so good, and it's made with ground beef.
Stephanie just made 40 pounds of beer brats. And how do you earn a wrench, Garrett?
Goodness.
Because I don't know how anybody over in my channel earned theirs other than they showed up and then they were decent, and so then they just got blue. Because then I know it's you.
And Garrett,
I might have earned my wrench over there since you gave me one.
Yeah.
it's also knowing that you're going to drop links and stuff. I did have, well, I don't know. I don't see in StreamYard, I can't see who's mod and who's not. And
Yeah, I know. I can't see who the mods are from here neither. Not unless
They're
I
all
jump
the
down in the
same.
chat. But I know that you got enough good mods in there that your back's covered.
yes.
So I just sent you a video, Bonnie, of the coyotes I snuck up on. It's real short. You'd have to turn it up, but you could play it if you wanted.
It's great, John John. Just that barbecue sauce.
Yeah, that's a good possibility, John.
Yeah. Now you have responsibility. Now
Well,
you got work to
there
do.
is something about that, Rescue, because I'm a little bit loyal. Like if I'm at somebody's where I don't have a wrench, and then somebody goes live that I do have a wrench, I feel like I should go over there because I got a wrench over there. You know.
To help them out. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry about me on that list. Just because almost
I know you don't want nobody to worry about you at all. I wasn't even really talking about you, brother.
There we go.
What pisses you off so bad?
She woke up. That's all it takes for a kiss off. She just woke up. Poor old Chuck.
Oh,
He doesn't even have to wake up. All he has to do is she wakes up, sees him, and she's pissed off. Bam.
she said all she gets when she's bad at yours is goes to a black screen as a warning now. Do you do that?
No. She's such a mess.
She is.
By the way, how are the results, Kiss Off? Did you get the results back on his test?
Was it Chuck, her husband?
Yeah. Yeah, he did his stress test earlier, and it went good. And then they were waiting on the results.
That's one thing I won't let them do to me. I'm like, nope. Well, with me being so weak now, it just, I can't see it turning out good. Even the chemical, no. They did that with my mama about a year ago when she was in the hospital. And she called me and she said, Bonnie, don't get the chemical one either. And I said, okay. And she said, no, I'm telling you, she's she doesn't have panic attacks like I do. She's a lot calmer than me. And she said it was horrible. So, yeah, no.
Apparently, that's she said not yet, but they didn't said if they don't see anything, they won't call. So I guess no news is good news.
Yeah.
I know I personally hated that test.
I was I just had to get blood work done and I was really worried. It's so much that uh, my granddaughter called to get the results because of the discharge papers from the emergency room when I went in December. What they said was high in my blood there. When I looked it up, it was pancreatic cancer is usually what causes it. So yeah, I freaked out.
That
And
can, that can make you nervous.
yes, and then when my granddaughter talked to the nurse and she explained that because I wasn't even in the she did it while I wasn't even around. And they explained my cholesterol is one of them is a little higher than it should be, and the other one's a little lower than it should be. Just cut the fats out of my diet. Well, in trying to gain weight, like if I fix a T-bone, I eat the fat and all, trying to gain weight. So guess I
Well,
have to not
that's
eat fat.
no, no, that's a good fat though. So it's
Oh,
not
it
that.
is?
Yeah, that's a good fat. It's probably going to be more like your saturated fats. So, like when you look at the ingredients, you'll see under the cholesterol, and then you'll see the saturated fats that they put in stuff. That's the stuff that's not good for you.
So is it these little vanilla wafers that I have gotten so addicted to? It isn't even funny.
Sugar too.
It's only 8% fat,
That's
saturated.
I
and
just
how
got
many
me a box
servings?
of
That
those
well,
too.
wait, that 8% is based off of how many for a serving? Like four,
8.
eight. So eight wafers. That's 8%. So when you kind of kept on going and polished off about 30 plus of them, you're not at 8% anymore.
Oh, so if I eat half a box a day, then that probably
That's
does.
that's not 8% no more.
I
God,
just got me some of those too, buddy. I got a trick now. You know, it's a camper's pudding. I take one of these little like little throwaway Tupperware things with the lids. I put in one package of vanilla pudding, 2 cups of milk, put the lid on, shake the snot out of that sucker. All right, open the lid up, add a few bananas sliced up, and then top it with those vanilla wafers. Put the lid back on, let it sit for about 20 minutes, and I'm good.
yep, sounds good. I haven't put the all the other stuff with it. Okay, I did find out that you know how I always eat the frosting, the tub of frosting, not a whole tub at a time, but putting the frosting on the vanilla wafer, oh, bad idea. It's good.
Girl, all that sugar.
And but see, it was less frosting if I put them on the vanilla wafer. Those vanilla wafers are little tiny, and I only eat like 2 or 3 of
Like
them.
the
Like
losers, aren't
I don't sit and eat a whole bunch. Well, I'm hungry all the time anyway without weed, but weed has some good
Well, see,
properties to it.
Well, your red meat is good, so I would not stop eating the red meat myself. Just
Okay.
my 2 cents. I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn, and I don't play a doctor on TV or nothing. But
Right.
I, I I'm a believer in red meat. I think if you start watching your sugars and gaining weight, I would just try to do some protein. Like get some of the protein shakes, the breakfast shakes that have protein. Add
Yes.
about
And
13, 16, 20 grams of protein to your daily intake.
actually, I have the protein powder, and everybody keeps asking me for the name. And it is called Standard Process, is the brand. And it's SP Complete Dairy Free Dietary Supplement number 2840. And it's a powder, it's 32 ounces. So it lasts forever because you only put like 2 tablespoons in whatever you want to add it to, smoothie, whatever. And um, because that's what I figured out 3 years ago. Maybe it's been 4 now. I don't know how long it's been, but um, when I got down to 80 pounds and lost all my muscle and everything, I started eating steaks, and that that saved me. That high protein, and so that's why I eat a lot of steak, roast, and they're pretty much all the same, $10 a pound now. Maybe, I don't know.
See, that's
Um,
that's why I do the protein. I do the breakfast carnation powder in the mornings, and that's why I do
okay.
my eggs nowadays
Yep.
because I was sitting talking, and there was actually a bug out. BB and Milkmaid were up on panel. We were just talking one morning, and I was talking about the chicken noodle soup and how I always eat the chicken noodle soup. And BB finally he goes, he said, "Man, can you go get one of them cans?" So I went and got one of the cans, and we were sitting there talking about the protein and what was in that. And he goes, "So how much what do you eat that? How many times a day?" And I said, "About twice a day." And he was like, "Yeah, see, that's nowhere near because I mean I'm 6'4" and I weigh 270 pounds, 260, and I have a big frame, and so, but I
Yes.
was losing my mass, and I started doing that, and I have felt a whole lot better since.
Yeah.
So,
And that's it. The protein helps to build muscle back. And
but the sugar, see, sugar's a big difference, Bonnie.
I
I
know.
don't do any sugars hardly, and if I do, I can actually feel it right away. It's like, oh shit,
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll try and get off the sugars. But like,
man.
I can open a 7 Up, and uh, it used to be Sprite, but ever since they put it in the clear bottle, and I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but I actually had a boy over here, friend of my daughter's, that he said the same exact thing. Since they put it in that clear bottle, they changed the recipe or something because it don't taste nothing like it used to. Sprite. And so I quit drinking that. Um, when I got sick this last time, my granddaughter, she bought me 7 Up. And one bottle will last me like 4 days. I don't just sit and drink the whole thing all at once. I've always been weird about sweets like that. It only takes just a couple of bites to get that craving away, and then I'm okay with it. These
Yeah, but
vanilla
it's
wafers are,
all that hidden sugar and stuff, Bonnie, that you grow accustomed to. And this is just my 2 cents on it because up
yeah.
until just probably, well, I think it's been about 4 years now, 3 years is when I got, because of a medical thing though, I purged myself. And so I went ahead and used that opportunity to
So
just
what?
stay off.
So what about like pastas and breads and all of that turns to sugar in your blood? Is it that Is that a different sugar?
Well, yeah, that's, and then you can actually, that can still be too much for you. You know, you've got to, if you're putting in the other, that's, if you're not getting, like, I can eat, she'll make pasta sometimes and I'll eat it and it's fine. I don't feel no after effect from that sugar that you make. You know,
Uh,
it's that because this is processed. It's just like, I think if you do cane sugar, it probably is, it reacts to you different because it's a natural sugar
yeah,
versus this processed. Because it's like everything else, they processed everything to the point where you're really just putting chemicals in your body.
yeah,
Matter of fact, sugar is more addictive than heroin.
I know.
And it's in so much food that doesn't even make any sense. But when you look at that list, you'll see sugar in there, and it's like, really? But it's,
Yeah,
yeah,
and I see Mary. Hi, Mary. Um, feeds infection and inflammation. Also, it feeds cancer. And what's weird about that is my stepfather. He had lung cancer. They took care of it, but
shit.
he eats nothing but sugar. And then at night, it's uh, I think it's Jim Beam and Coke. And I'm just, he just keeps on trucking, and he's been doing that for years. It's been probably about 8 years since he had the lung cancer, and I don't know how he does it. As soon as he wakes up in the morning, I don't know if you've ever seen those little mini cupcakes, like HEB sells them in a clear plastic container.
Yeah.
Those, he'll eat like 4 or 5 of those. Then he eats a bowl of cereal, sugar, and then lunch. It's like he's just eating sugar all day. Cinnamon rolls, whatever in a package. They have a whole counter full of junk food. It's sweets and chips, and it takes up one of their whole kitchen counters. Chocolate bags of chocolate covered stuff, chocolate kisses. it,
Well, and you know, I don't know. I wonder myself sometimes because that's, we've talked about that hell up until this happened with my colon. I mean, my kids used to laugh, going, you know, if you shoot my dad, he's gonna leak Dr. Pepper because like that's all I ever drank. The guys at work would even laugh. I either had coffee or I had Dr. Pepper. I hardly ever drank any water, and I I just ate. So in the mornings, I'm able to eat some kolaches, cinnamon roll or something. I never watched anything I ate. I just ate whatever I felt like eating, and I ate a lot.
oh wow,
That's,
John, that's amazing. And he just fought cancer, and they told him to eat whatever he wanted.
there you go. I know that that's all I can say for myself. The colon thing was a major difference, man. When I realized after I got myself cleaned out, now I'm real cautious about the stuff I just eat. And the stuff I put on, it's like I don't even season my meat anymore. Well, I season it. I just don't use any kind of sauce or any steak sauce or any of that kind of shit. Because I just look at the ingredients on it and it's like, well, this all sounded good, but then I'm looking at all this list of crap.
I guess I need to look at my one. And see, that's the thing. It's got, believe it or not, A1 has some healthy stuff in it too. The onions and the, um, is it prunes or grapes? One of those. And even the protein powder that I got, it has like, it has Brussels sprouts. Um, it's got good stuff in it too. It's not just protein powder. It's Brussels sprouts is an amazing vegetable.
The, all all the stuff that we need is naturally produced.
It
If we
is,
could
yeah.
just pull away from our, no offense, but if we could pull away from our laziness
Yes.
and our complacency, then, matter of fact, that's one of the books I've been reading was, what I think it's called You Can Farm, but that's the guy talks about farming and how most people have this mindset like it's this big thing, like, they kind of want to, but then they get scared of it. But that's how we were founded. I mean, that's what we used to do to survive. Families produce food. They
Yes.
traded with each other. I mean, that's how communities survived.
Yeah. And but we need to get back to.
John said, and I've not gained weight. Also, sugar doesn't affect all cancers, mostly cancer in the digestive tract type cancers. I was told because I was asked a lot of questions to my doctors.
Okay.
Hey, Bushycraft.
Yep. Bushcraft,
Bushcrafty.
GD, shift kicker.
What's up? Squirrel.
Interesting.
Well, and we're all different, and it's kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
this might sound kind of funny, but it's like cars, automobiles. we see the cars as all being the same because they all take gas and they all take oil. But depending on how those cars have been driven and the kind of maintenance schedule that they might have had, and you've heard the old joke about how you can take some old car that might not have had the oil, change it forever, you got to change the oil, and all of a sudden it has all kinds of problems. And it just weirds. Well, that's people are that way. You especially at most of our ages, not little young whippersnappers like Josh, but
Right.
most of us that we've been doing what we've been doing most of our life, so our system has adapted to that, and that's why sometimes it's kind of no different than withdrawals off of shit. You up and try to kill a sugar out your deal, and you're probably going to feel like shit for a little while
Yes.
because
Hey,
your body's just going, hey man, I've been having this for like 40-50 years. What's up? What's up, Chuck?
Exactly.
what y'all doing?
Just
Oh, just,
kicking stuff around.
yep.
Did you get that little thing I put on your post about the chicken coop thing the guy was making?
Yeah, that was pretty badass chicken coop.
He made it look easy, didn't he?
Man, I was like, okay, this is cool. And when I went, really, man, is when homeboy hit the damn hatch lid, and it's like you put shocks on the hatch lid to self-rise. Really, somebody's got too much money.
That was that Mercedes. That wasn't a coupe.
I'm going to tell you, dude, he just reaches over with his index finger, touches the lid, and it starts rising up, and it's like, okay, wait a minute now. And Eric Steel and Tree sent me one that a dude did the Kentucky Fried Chicken logo, and the meme was something about my chickens weren't really producing eggs, so I repainted my coop, and then there's the picture, and it has like in the red and white with the kernel on the side, and on the top of it, on a little spigot, he had the bucket spinning, and he said, yeah, after I repainted it, now they seem to spit out eggs every day.
Already given can. I'll be staying this one. Might be the can that your cat was getting out of earlier. Dad.
Yeah, get a picture of a bucket of chicken, put it on the inside.
Right. They're getting a little bit. They're getting better. I sat out with them yesterday on a bucket, and they're coming up to me now. Come up and they check on me. It's funny too, man, when they get to really eyeballing you, because I guess since they can only see out of one eye at a time, I guess, because when they got to look at you, they turn that head sideways and zoom in on you with that one eye. It's like,
Yeah, my buddy don't let me know when she's going on no more.
Are you talking about me?
No, not you.
Yeah,
I
Willie, you need your oil changed.
I sent you an email.
You did?
Yes.
You know how about that email? I catch Facebook. I never catch the damn email. It was like, you see them emails I sent you? I'm like, oh, you did?
Okay. I'll send it through Messenger from now on.
Unless he hears a ding, he ain't gonna know nothing.
You remember when Rabbit said he'd been trying to call me? I see where he called me. My damn phone knew that guy up there when he set my phone up at Verizon. He must have muted everything.
Chuck
Yep.
was getting calls, but he couldn't figure out why he was feeling kind of all frisky and shit. And it's like, oh, that vibration was going off. That's what was happening.
Hey, Bon Bon.
He even had that off.
Oh, damn.
Hey, Wyatt.
Got my numbers back today.
And
All of them were good except my phosphorus and my creatine still high, but it dropped by 3 points. So it's now at a 5.9 out of an 8.9.
Yeah, drop that from that. I told him that means you need to stay away. Any of this says that you can have some, that means there's a danger zone in there. Don't even mess with it.
yep. Good to hear, Wyatt. Phosphorus. Where do you get that from?
Anything that's processed, like lunch meats, beans, canned foods.
Did you know a lot of your cheeses that aren't white are bad, huh?
No, but if you need phosphorus, I wouldn't think that those would be the things to eat.
It builds up in your blood if your kidneys aren't working right.
Okay.
So does potassium and calcium. And
So he has too high of phosphorus?
yeah,
Oh, okay. I thought he said too low.
No, it's he's getting it. It came down.
Okay. Good to hear.
How much farther do you got to go down?
he said the ideal thing is 1, but
For my,
I don't know if that means your percentage or how much you're working. They say you don't have to be on dialysis if you got 30% activity in your kidneys. So 30 or 40, I can't remember which it was.
So what's the function at right now?
Not real sure.
don't know yet. All I know is the numbers that the labs are giving me. I don't know the percentage yet. Well, I do know that I'm using the bathroom regularly, so they told me if I wasn't using it regularly, that means my kidneys aren't working right.
Hmm. And is it just one or both?
I think it's both. I'm not 100% sure.
I think if you have one active and it's working right, then you don't have to have the other. But
Yeah, Stephanie Kerr, that's the chat. Well, no. I don't. My mother's had kidney disease for a long time,
hey, Gigi,
and so we knew that it was eventually going to come down to dialysis or something, and so my brother was going to donate kidney to her if needed. At her age now, they wouldn't do that, but um, they had mentioned dialysis, but not anymore. A few years ago, they were talking about dialysis because she was wanting to do it at home, and I was really worried about that because with the cats and it, to do it at home, it would just have to be really sanitary to me. It because you can get infections really easy.
Yep.
Thank you, Gigi. I'm feeling better. The allergies are not so bad.
how's everybody else? How you doing, Rescue?
Still kicking, still sunny side up. I don't know what this throat is. She's wondering if I had pneumonia or something. I said, I don't know. I ain't scared. I don't give a shit.
Shit was going around. I'm telling you, we were sick. Bonnie was sick.
Yeah, the throat thing,
Yep.
was it just like you had congestion just like in one little spot that you just kept
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah.
get a little blood every now and then.
Oh goodness. Okay, you wouldn't do that. But it's the same thing with your nose and you have those little membranes that they can break real easy because I had, years ago I had seen blood and I freaked out, and then that's when they explained that to me. Like sometimes whenever you having sinuses and you blow your nose and there's blood, it's same thing.
You cough too much, you can cause it.
Yes.
That's what I think this probably was. I don't know. I just, it gets annoying if anything. But I ain't sweating. She goes, well, if you get too bad, you have to
Yeah.
go to the hospital. I said, I ain't going to the hospital for shit. I don't give a damn.
I'm telling you, after this last time, I was like, I told the kids, I said, if they told me I had pneumonia and I didn't take anything except aerobic medicine and vitamin C, I didn't take any of the medicines they sent home with me because I looked, well, they were all the stuff that we keep hearing don't take. It's like even the REM thing.
Yep.
And I was I'm not taking it. And I got over it. So my immune system is a heck of a lot better than I thought it was. Or it's just a, well, let me give you a pill and make it all better for everything. I don't know. I just, no.
I've had bronchitis and pneumonia together probably about 7, 8 years ago. And it was rough, but it just, I don't know. I'm one of those people, I'll wrap up and I'll sweat it out and move on. This right here, though, I haven't felt bad or anything. It's just been this stupid throat crap. But
Yeah,
I haven't felt bad. I didn't know headaches.
yeah. That's the way I was. It was just in my throat. And I just keep thinking it's allergies. I don't
I,
know
s-
what.
I've been sipping on the Alka Seltzer cold and flu just because it's the honey lemon flavor.
Yeah. Well, I did drink a lot of hot lemonade. And even because it seemed like once I drank something hot, it cleared it up for a while.
Yep, that's how I drink my coffee in the mornings, and it
Hmm.
usually will go away.
Hey, Anthony. Yeah, for a month here, Brisk, you had that shit that try to cough it up and feel like you'd go to move, then it flattened out. Like, okay, where'd that go? Okay, breathe in, rattle, rattle, rattle. Okay, let me try again.
Yeah.
Next thing I'm walking around seeing spots, dizzy, and throat hurt.
Well, that's not good, Chuck. Goodness.
I've always had kind of a weird little cough just because I have a plate in there, and so sometimes I can just feel that plate sometimes, and it bothers me, and I'll heck. But this here, I don't know.
You feel like you got something in your throat and you're trying to cough it up, basically.
Yeah, and every now and then, it's like I say, it feels weird because I'll get to jacking with it, kind of moving my throat around in my mouth and kind of gurgling a little, and I don't know, feels weird. I figure to hell with it, it'll go away, or maybe this is God's way of telling me that I need to just shut up for a while and not do
No.
can't holler a lot. Have
Warm
to stay
salt
low.
water is good too. Gargle some warm salt water. And if there's anything going on, that'll help. Can y'all excuse me? Y'all okay talking for a minute?
No. So
No?
now what?
Just sit here and wet all over myself.
You ask.
I'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
right back.
Okie doke.
What's going to be your next project when you get through with this one, Rescue?
Oh, I'm redoing the landscaping. I'm going to redirect. I actually have a pretty good, well, it depends kind of. I have to wait and see how the auction goes tomorrow to see kind of the monetary stuff. And then I'm hoping if I can get enough, then what I'm going to end up doing is I'm getting some soil and some gravel. But then I'm going to start redoing my front yard to where I can direct water flow, but then I can also plant some garden beds.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I want to take all that dirt that I did last year and them planters and just make me some raised ground beds instead.
I want to come down the whole side of the house. I told her I'm going to rework the porch. Like I said, just depends on money. If I can get the money together, I want to relocate the front door to the front patio door. And then, which I was going to go live maybe tomorrow or the day after and kind of then I'd explain some just so I can send Kiss off into shock mode when she realizes what all I'm going to be doing so then she can freak out. She can laugh about it. Give her something to do, keep her busy. But the way my door is and stuff, which if y'all watch me with the ramp and all that kind of crap, then that's such a narrow thing. But the front porch, at first I wanted to take it off, but I don't want to take it off now. I think I want to just relocate the front door to the front side of the house and then get rid of that little part of the porch. And I'm going to use it for a ramp on the front part. Then I can give that asshat back that ramp. And then I can start to divert the water, but at the same time build some raised beds as I do that.
Yeah, if you get them right height for you, pretty much do everything. Create you some that you can drive in the middle. That way you can get to everything from the center, and then
I figure if I do like little 4-foot sections, then I can go down the side and then I can go in between them. And if they're only 4 foot, then I can reach a good 2 foot.
yeah.
Rescue, were you serious about paying? Well, my coop is red actually, but it wasn't to get eggs. No, the joke earlier was a guy, Eric Stealing Tree, had sent me a picture of a meme that somebody had made. And the guy put on the meme, the words were, "My chickens stop laying eggs." So I repainted my coop. And then their picture was him repainting his kitchen coop to look like a KFC. And then the joke was how his chickens started doing eggs. No, mine is red. Mine is red, but it's the Clucking Alamo.
Sometimes you got to sit in front of them with a 3-piece eating it just to show them who's in charge.
That's it. And I tell you what, they love eggs. Man, they love eggs. They love macaroni and cheese. I will say that painting the color that you paint it would be maybe depending on your area. Like if you were in a cold area, you might want a darker color so that it would absorb the sun heat. Or if you were in a hotter area, you might want to paint it more white so it would reflect the heat and stay cooler inside. What did Garrett say? Breaking College football player dies at 21 after. That's dropping left and right.
Yep. About that 2-year mark with a lot of it. Some of it's after, but I think a lot of them, they're not claiming.
I just saw that, Indy. Thank you. Hey, what do you know? I got a notice that Bonnie went live. I ought to hop over there and say hi, but I don't think she's there.
Yeah, I said something way back and she wasn't in here yet. I didn't get a notice on it though. I just happened to click on YouTube and saw her pop up on your wall home page, whatever you call it.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, Kiss Off. Yep, there's the auction tomorrow night. The Cluckin' Alamo barn raising. My son is 26. Liver enzymes are high. Everyone in my family that took this had been affected. I begged them not to take. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm going to go under the house. I'm also going to be going under the porch whenever I tear it off the side of the house here. And I'll be throwing it towards the front of the yard so I can attach it to the front side of the house. It's going to be some fun, exciting year. Kiss Off. Get your blood pressure pills ready.
If I need to get under to work on anything under the house, unless it's somebody that's 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, I'm gonna have to bring me a foxhole shovel and dig me a tunnel under there where I can get around. A couple years ago, I got stuck under the front porch, and it's the highest part. I laid on my back, let's slide under, and I got my ribs to go past the first thing, but after that, I couldn't go any further.
The house, when we first put it down on blocks, and I think a couple of years later, I had to go kind of re-level a little bit, and I had to do that very thing when I got up to the front corner. I got up there and I was looking, and it was 1 block high, and I'm like, yeah, ain't no way. I literally had to dig me a U-channel because there was only 1 cinder block off the ground, and it's like, yeah, ain't happening. Back here where I'm sitting, like right now, this is 4.5 foot off the ground back here. So.
Over there where it's so short, you got anything over there you need to worry with, like water lines or anything that you have to fool with?
No, that already broke the freeze before this past one.
And a buddy of mine tell me that I need to get that new pipe, that red and blue stuff, and put it under there because that stuff will freeze solid, not bust.
Yeah, apparently it supposedly will like flex out whenever it's ices over, and then it'll go back down. That's just high.
Yeah. Said it's like 3 times the cost of PVC now, so I don't know how high PVC is now.
Dude, the fittings, Chuck. The fittings is what I wanted to say. I got told that, and I started to do that. And the damn fittings, dude, it's like holy shit. You only pay like $8, $10, and it's like, wait a minute, no, a fitting, like the 59 cent, $1 kind of fitting. Nope, not those.
Them shark bites or whatever they call them.
Yeah. That shit ain't cheap. And you figure, okay, well, I'm going to run it. And you start adding up those connections of the faucet and the bathroom and the toilet and the kitchen sink and the washer. And it's like, oh, wait, oh, shit.
Every little screw up's an extra $20.
Yeah, and it was like, man, I wanted to do it very badly. But
good thing mine runs. My water comes in at this back corner. The water heater's back there. I'm not sure if the water comes in right there. I'd have to look to see if the cold water comes in and tees off to go, because they got the bathroom with the sink, toilet, and tub and shower. Then you got the kitchen right next to that running down the same wall. Then you go straight across the middle of the house and off the front bedroom, off the front part of the house. This is the side, about middle ways of that area is the front bathroom, which they have to run it. So I'm looking. I'd have to figure out what they are and how much. I bet them fittings probably cost twice what the line would.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like $300 worth of line and probably $1,000 worth of fittings.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of jimmy rig some hot water to the kitchen. It saves a few extra bucks, and so that's just, I don't know. I'm just making do nowadays. If I could redo some shit, I would, but you just got to deal with what is.
I've seen old boy made a video the other day. He went back there, and when after summer was over, he hit all the dollar stores in a 50-mile radius around him, and he went and bought all them damn pool noodles when they had them marked down to nothing, and he used them. He got under his house and cut his water lines and fished them together, and then filled all them full of damn expansion foam to stick them together and
That's
I'm
my
like,
way.
damn. He said the only thing expense was the damn foam.
Dude, I got bags of the damn pipe insulation.
Yeah.
I probably bought about 8 bags of those, but then when I got under there, I can't put that shit on. So I was like, whatever. That's why luckily we made it through this time, because I tried, but there was just no way. That was illusions of grandeur, dude. Because you can't lay on the ground and then turn around and twist up under the house and put your hands up there and do all that stupid shit.
Yeah, especially 4 foot off the ground. It's like you got to lay halfway up to reach it, don't you?
Yeah, and that just, if I can lay directly on my back, then I can do it. Or if I can look down on it, I can do it. But I can't twist. It ain't worth it. Kiss off, yes. I tried that brace. I don't know. I'm kind of giving it a couple more days to see. I don't know if that shit was messing with my colon, because where I had to tighten that belt. I know when I laid down with it, and it kind of, I didn't feel so sore when I woke up. I'll put it that way. But my stomach started feeling really weird, so I don't know if that belt was squeezing in on my colon and shit or what. But I wasn't going to say a damn thing because I didn't want you to worry about it. But since you won't, I can see right now you won't let that go. But it's not the belt's fault. It's just me. So I'll figure it out.
It's when you're broken, it's a learning experience, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I heard Bonnie giggle. She must have decided to come back.
Yes, and I'm sorry. I didn't realize I muted it, and I was sitting here. Oh, there's Donna, and seeing new people in the chat. Hello, Pamela.
And you were wondering why nobody was answering you back.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to hurry and check something before Vicky left for work, and I kind of shuffled, sort of way, if you guess you call it a shuffle. Anyway, I went out the door and stepped. My back porch has one step in the ground or the concrete, and I was trying to hurry up, and I was like, yeah, I can just step to the ground and go. Felt like as soon as my feet hit that ground, like all my guts hit my ankles, and I was like, okay, let me lean over here on this fence for about 10 minutes. She comes out, what's the matter with you? I'm like, nothing.
I learned the hard way. I can't jump down off the things like I used to. I think I went to sit on the hood of the car when all the kids were here one day. When I jumped down, it was like, sucks getting older.
Yeah.
Hey, Marilyn and Navy back. Good to see y'all. Another one, Garrett. Oh my goodness.
It's like you need to get in the bed of the truck. Why don't you just hop up and step up on the bumper, or hop up and sit on the tailgate and then roll over and stand up? I'm like, yeah, it don't work like that.
Oh, damn, Navy. There you go. Make them put that shit up.
That.
He said, I just walked out of the local grocery store and left $200 in the cart. Two employees were standing by the one self-checkout lane playing on their phones. Asked if they could open a lane. They said no. So I left everything where it was and walked out.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah, I've done that before. Look and tell them, say, okay, now that you don't have nothing to do over there, now y'all got something to do putting this shit up.
Yeah, he could have just rang this up, but now you can go put it up.
I think he said at Walmart, what's bad about it when them people do that, they just take that shit and shove it back there in claims and leave it sit there until somebody puts it away.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that when you go to the returns office, there's baskets lined up with just piled with stuff, just sitting there.
You'd think management would be smart enough to say, oh, there's frozen stuff in there, and somebody put this up now.
Ours won't. We can't burn food anyway.
Well,
Not
and
any
if
of ours.
you probably look in the Walmart policy book, that's probably what exactly is supposed to happen.
Yep.
That's just not
Yeah.
what happens.
It's too much of that. Vicky says she hears it every night. We don't have to follow them rules. Them rules are for y'all.
And just saying that I have noticed that things won't say one way or the other or put any information out there.
Wasn't it yesterday that girl that in MMA died too? She's like 25 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hell, there was just, I forgot who I was listening to, and they were talking about, I think it might even have been Bear Independent this morning. And the guy that runs the Refuge Medical for him came over, and he had been doing some researching, and he had found a little over 20 reporters that have fallen out while on the air.
Rescue that cardiologist that was dogging people that weren't getting pokey. He died from it.
And I know this is probably going to sound ugly, and I'm sorry, but the comedian, I'm sorry, but karma is a mofo, and maybe you shouldn't be talking shit to God. He wouldn't have slapped your ass down. Is all I can say.
Absolutely. And that's what I keep saying, for whatever reason people have done this, and so we can't badmouth them for doing it, whether it was out of fear or to keep a job or whatever.
Wow.
We have to be more understanding, but so do they, daggone it, whenever they're sitting there saying, I saw it right at the beginning. We'll just let you die if you don't get this because you're not caring about other people. No, we are caring about other people. That's why we're not. But we're not sitting here saying, well, see, there you go. Glad that's happening. So it's waking people up because news reporters, they're right on the screen. It's so in everybody's face. I don't know why. Germany, these other countries are doing investigations because there's been so many, and they're saying it, they're putting it out there.
Well, think
Yeah,
about it like this, and I'll just throw some just general names just for the analogy. But so there's people that watch like Rumble, they'll watch Bannon, they'll watch Stu Peters. Well, that whole side of type people in Rumble and that look around on YouTube, most of those are all talking about what kind of has gone down. But if you got to remember that there's still a good bit of population that doesn't do anything but watch CNN or MSNBC or Fox or ABC, CBS, NBC, and that's it. So if that news channel doesn't put that up there to say that, look, the Germany Parliament's meeting up because they want answers to all this shit that ain't making sense. They don't show it. They don't ever see it.
Yeah.
We keep seeing it because we keep seeing all the different people that we're used to seeing. They all talk about it. So it seems like it's an overwhelming, like, man, why aren't people getting it? But because I thought about that not long ago, it's like, kind of get to talking to people around here and nobody does this. So nobody looks out for anything. So it's whatever comes on that screen in the morning when they were drinking that coffee. That's the news to them.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the way my friend did. She, Good Morning America, every single morning, no matter what. And she believes everything that's said.
Well, and hopefully that part of this house thing, there'll be big tech will be part up on the table somewhere along the way, and they'll have to be held accountable. Which I don't know how they can duck out stuff if now that they're in control and can actually put stuff out on the house floor. That's C-SPAN and that's everybody else. So stuff ought to start to come out. I would like to think anyway.
I'm sure so.
You thunk it, huh?
That's it. I know I'm going to feed my chickens and I'm going to eat my eggs and I'm going to tend to my place in the process.
Yes.
I try not to hold it against anybody that got the shot. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't hold it against anybody that did that under their own reasoning. The only people that I hold accountable are the people that made it a point then to go and say anything to people that didn't want to get it.
Yeah.
That's now you picked a different path and it has nothing to do with the actual poke. It's the fact that you're just a hateful little shithead that wanted to bug people.
Yep. I'm starting to see it come back now a year and a half later. Like, you should have explained it better to me. I'm like, I didn't know the exact details. I just knew it was bunk. I tried to tell you. You don't trust shit to somebody say, oh, wait a minute here. Let me go over and mix this shit up. Here you go. We got a faster way than a 10-year process of seeing if this is good.
Yeah, but it's at the same time, it's with anything. When you know, or when you got the gut feeling, I follow the gut feeling. And so even explaining to them in the most basic terms, they're not going to listen. If they're convinced, it isn't going to do any good. And it's not our job, really. It is the news outlets and things like that. Those are the things they should be reporting. Anything that these, what is it that all these health organizations that are supposed to be protecting the American people and giving us the things we need to know about certain things, they're the ones I think that should be held responsible because, like you said, Chuck, everyone knows. You don't just blast something like that out there without it being thoroughly tested, and it takes I think it's a minimum of 5 years.
Well, Garrett was saying how the media is paid by the government, so nobody's going to be accountable. I gotta say,
Right.
there's my own personal glimmer of hope, and I'll just throw it out there. I mean, I'm sure it'll be shot down, but it's still, I hold it inside. Makes me feel better. Is okay. So all these Twitter files coming out, and yeah, there's the Fauci thing, and there's all this other stuff where they're seeing how this was direct communication. It's caused the whole church committee over the weaponization of the DOJ because of those files. But now, because see, the media does fall under a thing where there are federal laws that they're supposed to be reporting a certain way. So I'm just throwing this out there, my little glimmer of hope. What if during the release of these files from Twitter that they also start to release communication from main media broadcasters and the suppressing of a story? Now people could actually use those documents that are being released to possibly sue or file charges against the media companies for violating federal law.
True.
So,
That's a good point.
because that's we things got so crazy we forgot that there were laws in place. It's just that the people in charge didn't give a shit and weren't enforcing any. But if that power starts to change, maybe those laws can be enforced. Maybe they can be. I don't know.
Well, that's showing too. You remember when I hear a month or two ago when all these politicians and different ones and companies were saying they wanted a mulligan and not be responsible because they didn't really know either. Like, that doesn't matter. You pumped it out there. You're responsible for it.
Yes, and what Dee said outweighed the risks. I remember that even when my children were little, just the regular things that you're supposed to get them. And I even told the doctor, I said, I have reservations about this. I really don't agree with it. And she told me, she gives me all the papers, that come with it that tell you all these things it can do. I don't know if they still do that anymore, but she said you got to outweigh the risk. Would you rather them get the whatever it was, smallpox, whatever, or make sure that they're not getting it with this? They make it sound better to do the offensive. Is that what it would be? Defensive? I don't know. Anyway, better.
The best defense is an offense.
Yeah.
I saw where Willie said Obama passed a law saying it was legal.
Yeah, they can lie to us. It's true. I
See,
remember seeing that.
but would that, okay, see, because and me, shit, I'm the Debbie Downer. I question everything. You know me. So, but what if it's different in the medical field? Like, they can shade the truth on a storm or an accident or a crime or something like, but medical information, because like right now we're being told misinformation, but we all see it's the stupidest shit that gets told as misinformation. But what happens if you all of a sudden had legitimately enforcement of misinformation? That's maybe what they fall under.
Maybe.
I don't know. I know there must have been some bad shit because they're paying the price right now because they drop them like flies. So
Yeah.
something ain't blessing them too well.
Mm. could be.
See, maybe would that be considered propaganda or would it be medical misinformation? Given the real facts, not, which I don't know. I gotta say, I mean, I don't know. It's like that little old dipshit dude. He still does interviews and acts like he doesn't get it. It's like, you do know that those Senate hearings and shit were like recorded, right? Like they have the copy of you saying that you did not do that, and now you're saying you did give them money. I watched an interview where he actually talked about, which I had seen this before, right when Trump got elected, was how this administration is going to have to deal with something, and it was that.
Yeah.
It was like, imagine that.
Yeah, how they know. Well, I saw where the first patent was like put in 2001.
Well, see, and it's like
For
looking at that.
something that we never heard of. What?
Right.
But they turned it down.
And I mean, I guess you could kind of go, yeah, nothing's going to happen to him. It's like he'll get away with it, but I don't know. I guess in my own little weird way, I just kind of hope that it won't be so. He'll be accountable. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yes. And that's kind of why I picked the title, because it's just quit lying to us. Just stop the lies. It's the main. Everybody here is searching for the truth. That's it, B.
But all change starts within, and only work on what you can change.
Yep.
Don't get lost in things you can't really change.
Yeah.
What I tell a lot of people, I'm like, dwell on the things you can change or do something with today and tomorrow. The shit you can't for a week, 2 weeks, or you have no control of, or you shouldn't even be letting that cross your mind.
And that's what people will say. Well, is it affecting you personally? Yes, it is. Thank you. My best friend, my son, my grandkids. Yes, it is.
Well, but what you have to do is you have to assess stuff to see, okay, this is affecting me, but what can I do literally to change it? And if you can't change what's happening, can you change the way you're receiving it? And I think sometimes, and this is what's going to be tougher for people as time goes by, will be even relocating. Because, it's like Illinois, man, that state is...
Oh, I just saw what Illinois did today.
Yep. And so you just kind of got to look at that and go, okay, so here's where we're at. Do I think I can rally enough people together to change that? Nope. Then it might be, time to looking at relocating until you can,
Bad thing them doing that to also set a precedent for other states to follow. Well, if they can do it there, we can do it here.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. It's going to be a domino. See it? I'm sure somebody already done. Yep.
See, look, NC Deb, that she's quite the wimp tonight. She can't handle politics, and bam, it's like the outside voice heard that and said, "Oh no, I think there's a mod that might be bored with the topic, so here, I'll go in and give him something to do."
And it may be what we were saying too. I don't know. I don't know what brings it. And but what's weird is I haven't been seeing them. Remember how like every time we'd open a stream, boom, 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 and they have slowed down a lot.
I will see. I never notice them because I always have subscriber mode on. But I will say the other day I didn't have subscriber mode, and it took it about I think 3 or 4 hours into the stream, and all of a sudden that kind of shit happened twice, and it was like, oh damn, that's right, I forgot to turn subscriber mode on.
Oh wow.
Because that's why I do it. I do subscriber mode just simply for that because the basics of okay, like a password in your computer, all that's going to do is stop an algorithm that's going to try to log in.
Right.
And so, like subscription mode here, to me, I only use it because that way they won't, the algorithm, the people that write these scripts they won't write the script that says, okay, try this channel, and if it's subscriber mode, wait 2 minutes and try it. If not working, wait 5 minutes. And they won't write all that. It's fishing for open streams to
Yeah,
go in and drop it. So if you put that up, it's just a big of enough block that they'll bounce off of it and go on to the next.
that's true.
And I've tried it with different time frames, and it doesn't matter. It's just that subscriber mode. Bam. That's the wall.
Yeah, because they can't subscribe. But not these
Yep.
times.
That's not part of their code. Their code is to come in and drop them that message.
Yep.
Politics.
Thank you, mods. They are quick. I know. I've been on other channels, and I'm like, instant. Well, I don't know if I have a delay because I know when I was modding at LWN, those girls were hitting them before they would even come up on my screen, and I was like, I don't use this. So I was just getting the bad people.
Just smack them.
Yes. Oh, it could be Debs. I didn't even think about that. That may be why some names have been changed to just initials. Oh, wow. Who would have ever thought truth would be a trigger?
I'll be a receipt anti. I'm one of the they. She's Annie Oakley. She's a super mod.
Are we having a competition? Usually it's Kino, but
Well, yeah, in all honesty, the
quick.
weird thinking of YouTube, it could have been the word truth, or it could even have been the word politics.
Yeah.
There's no telling what little trigger thing that got them to come in.
But
I guess
that's in
now
my
that we put them,
title.
oh yeah,
So it's like, well,
What are you trying to say, Indy? You were a master with a Red Rider? I see Indy's young enough. She wasn't riding on her bicycle. She was on the big wheel.
Yep. I know. I really felt like the old one up there last night. I was like, they're all telling their ages, and I'm not telling my age. And then that one guy said he was 60, and I was like, okay, I don't feel so, so bad. Not over about it.
Yeah, I hung around a little while, tried to talk, but everybody was talking about miscellaneous. So
Yeah, it was all over the place. Well, and I was, what they were talking about, I'm sitting there, I wonder if Indy has a backup channel. Because it got pretty,
yeah, they got on topics I didn't want to get involved in. Not in somebody's chat.
yeah.
And I wasn't going to say nothing. They leave it to me. I wasn't ranch. I get smacked for telling people no.
Well, I said to all of them um, that I think he goes by conservative vet. He is Texas.
Yeah, constitutional vet.
That's it, constitutional vet. And I think he does the history. There's a history
He's a teacher.
videos or something, and I want to check it out. They swapped out emails,
Oh,
addresses with me.
he puts out good stuff. I've known about him because I won't say knowing, but I've known of him for actually, gosh, I don't know. Indy would have to correct me, but I want to say right around 2 years now, 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
I'm
was one of those people that got fired up on what happened in November, and then waited to see something on that first month of the year, and he's been seeing it ever since. He's just being a teacher, and he always comes from that approach, and it's all constitutional stuff.
Yeah.
Hadn't it been probably like 3 years, Indy? Oh no, I lose track of time.
I've been seeing so many people talking about the Constitution, like a whole lot more just recently.
Okay, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a pool of them that kind of all that's Bill Bailey. Oh man, you want to see some factual stuff, and I meant to ask him, but I just didn't want to interrupt. But Indy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say that Bill Bailey's even had Biden drive by in front of his house in his caravan where he lives.
Oh,
He was going by, and he went out there, and wasn't that Bailey, Indy, that filmed him going? He's like stood in his driveway, and you could see the row of trees, and then out to the road, and then he filmed him as he's going by.
I think I said to him too. But,
Matter of fact, for the longest time, you would hear people say, who's Bill Bailey? I'm Bill Bailey. And it's because he just became synonymous with that you know, you are important. It's we the people. And Bill Bailey.
Yeah.
I am Bill Bailey.
Well, that's when I first heard it or saw it in chat. I thought they were joking about the name.
Now, if you want to see some people that have had boots on the ground since the beginning of this cluster that we've been in, he's one of them. Day one down there at the centers during the E-words and stuff. I mean, he saw what happened, and then he stayed on top of them ever since about it.
Wow, that's good.
So yeah, he's one of those rock solid. It's not a third party thing. He just happened to be one of those people. Then banned off of YouTube. I mean, that's he comes back. Doug to Naple was another one.
Yeah. Yes, Sons of Liberty. I subbed to that one. And T-Girl, you're not alone. Everyone's kind of feeling that, I believe. Me, it's like, you know how they always say, like if you're out in the country, which I am when I go to my mom's, you watch the wild animals. That's how you know if something's coming up, or whether it's weather related or a wild animal, whatever it is. And hey Tina, it that's the way I feel. Like when they just suddenly stop and start looking around. That's the way I've been feeling. Like it's something's up. Something's coming and I don't know what it is. And I think that's the most aggravating thing, and I think that's what puts me on edge is not knowing what it is. It, is it through the air, on the ground? Where is it and what is it? I don't know. It's just a weird feeling. And somebody told me, I didn't see Tim's last night, but I know that she's been struggling. And I even listened to 101 for a minute earlier, and seemed he was saying the same thing. So I think everybody's feeling more intense feelings, whatever it is.
Well, it's also, I mean, there's a changing of events. So that's going to come,
Yeah.
I think, natural that way. We just had the house thing that went down, which that's funny too, the way that whole thing got portrayed like that was some rare moment. Like, oh my gosh, look, the Republicans just, they're fighting amongst themselves. Look, and it's like, what? That's actually normal. So, but it's just, man, it's been a crazy couple of years. Everything up has been down, down is up, left's right, right's left, and there's some changes. I would laugh at the word normal, but there's some changes that are kind of like putting things in a different perspective that doesn't fit the past 2 years, I guess you could say. And I think that makes people kind of like, okay, what is next? Okay, you're saying, because the messages are starting to change. Like you're hearing about the House, you hear about the IRS stuff, you hear about, the DOJ. So all of a sudden it's like, wait, these are messages that are like positive for us. And I think that can be a hard pill to swallow right now. Kind of got accustomed for the past couple of years of being, we were all bad guys.
True. Well, and also, I don't know if it has to do with, buying another house, moving, the kids, the grandkids, just there's a lot going on in my personal life too. So it's hard to tell where it's coming from, but I see so many people saying the same thing, that it's like too much confirmation for me that something's going on.
Well, yeah, there's definitely financially, economically for everybody and their families. You figure just how that would filter to everybody in different ways. Because, I mean, everybody lives on different monetary levels, you know.
Yeah,
So $5 can be just like, you know, no biggie. It could be like, maybe not today. And it could be like, oh, nobody, this $5 is being held on to right now. So I mean, everybody lives it different.
yeah,
So and I
that's
think that's a big thing because like right now, groceries, because that's a
yes.
daily mental thing, especially if you have kids. So that's you're
Hmm.
constantly being said, this is getting bad. Look at the price of this now. You know,
Yes.
hell, I was listening to Backwoods, I think this morning it was, and he was talking about went to the store, spent $200, and all he did was walked out with a couple of bags of dog food and a few little groceries. And it was just,
It
I
is.
think, yeah, it's crazy prices. Eggs, $5 for a dozen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And that's what I was saying the other day. I try to get all of that locally. Um, we have a lady that makes breads, rolls, all kinds of whatever you want, cinnamon rolls. Um, buying the fresh eggs from people.
Voiceover
They're
on.
$3 or $4 a dozen.
Wait. I checked to see if you are eligible for a refund under Amazon's A to Z guarantee. Your order is not yet eligible as the package is still expected to arrive. But if you no longer want your item, let me know and I can identify. Is there anything else I can help you with? Since your item is running late.
The hell?
I don't
Josh,
know. I think that's Josh. And
hey Ridge Runner. And I've told Josh, please stay off his Amazon. And, and but then I'm like, well, it's your money. Do what you want, whatever makes you happy. But
well,
my
and
goodness, so broke.
he must have muted his mic, but yet his speaker's coming back through probably his computer, so that's why we heard it perfectly clear.
Well,
Oh,
I muted it so that we didn't hear what his transaction was because I didn't know how it was going to.
Yeah, you can mute him actually. If you go over above him, you could just mute him for
Yeah,
now.
that's what I did.
Oh,
I muted it.
sending that stuff back. But that's good. He's checking up on his money. See, his money hadn't come back yet. And it's like, hey, man, I sent that to you. So that's good. Stay on top of that money.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say, don't mute him. I have an order.
It's like, hey, Josh, add this. No, I just know he's limited. I worry about him.
What's up, Bridge Runner? The sexy Tennessee Bridge Runner.
We're going to have to get him on panel one of these days to prove that
Well, yeah,
bragging is
why
always
don't you come up,
fun.
Bridge Runner? You ought to come up.
Prove it.
Right, Gina? Americans eat too much. It's okay to cut back. Well, we slowly, I think, my 2 cents, we slowly got mentally trained in bigger portions, and we started using the words of like supersize and the extra large, and so you just kind of, yeah, we became very unhealthy.
Yeah.
And that's so, well, yes, I believe in good and evil, but It's like that. What I see that coming from is the corporate greed, you know,
Yes.
and that's I see that as corporate greed. And that's like right now, it's some of the shit you'll see in this food and stuff that we have. Not, I don't, it's not that it all has some evil, bad narrative behind it. A lot of it's just damn corporate greed. It's like, holy shit, man, we need to keep producing that, but we're running short on the main stock. Well, what can we use as a filler? Okay, we'll start putting some of that in a little bit so we can maximize what we have left. Because remember that these suppliers are fixing to have issues of getting shit too. So, and the more that as they like, you hear about the little jokes about the shrinkflation, but they still use the same size chip bags. They just put less chips in. Kind of give you a visual thing like, well, that's the
Yes.
same bag, but it's really not the same amount of chips.
And more
Well,
hair.
bags of rice, you know, 50,000 kernels of rice in there. Well, you know what? So throw in 1,500 pieces of plastic. It'll take up a little space. It's cutting them a little bit. It's making their life a little longer.
Yeah. Oh, I've noticed my bags of pasta that I buy have gotten smaller. Gone up in price and gotten smaller.
Oh, almost everything, Gina, we can really. In all honesty, like all the medicines that we take is all natural.
See ya, Andy.
Originally a plant-based type medicine, but they'll synthesize it, and that's the pill shit we take. Food, same thing. I
Yeah.
laugh and say I blame it on when we expanded, when we went from having things with local, and they said, well, man, we want to make more money. Well, the only way you're going to make more money is if you open up another store. Well, damn, I don't want to open up another store, you know, that far away. Well, you need to figure it out. Well, then they did. And next thing you know, you got these stores. Well, they said, well, shit, we got to get this food. We don't have to keep buying it from all these different places. We want to consolidate it. It's kind of like a Walmart went to Bentonville. Everything comes out of Bentonville, but look how big Walmart is. Ain't that some shit? So you can only imagine. And I
Yeah.
just think that we lost so much of the freshness and the localized stuff. And then you started having places like Tyson Chicken come in and say, hey, we can mass do this chicken stuff. It ain't healthy worth the shit, but we can produce a bird. We can give you this weight wise called meat. Doesn't have the same nutrients in it no more. But
Hey, Pam. Yeah, I ordered my cigarettes. Monday was 10 days before that, and I paid extra for better deliveries through UPS. It was supposed to be 2 to 6 working days. Normally, the place would ship it out that day or the next day. Since it was over the holiday weekend, I'm I never seen anything move in shipping, even a label being made till the weekend was through and after the first. And then I got it. Then as soon as they did that, there was some kind of shipping error coming through UPS, and I found out later there's some kind of issues going on with UPS with drivers and something. I don't know what's going on with that. And weather related, who knows? But it ended up getting here on Monday, which I think would, if I did the math right, it's either 6 or 7 working days. But that was after spending $25 on shipping.
Oh, goodness.
And it wasn't a little tobacco order either, Bonnie. I ordered $150 worth of shit.
Oh, goodness.
I ran out, and I ended up spent waiting on that to get here 3 days, 4 days, getting cigarettes and stuff. I think I spent $70. I should have paid. If I'd have known it was going to be that bad, spent that half that more and added a $50 delivery, and it should have been here quick.
Yeah.
But never know, I might end up being pissed off and waiting even just as long and spending more money.
now, did you order actual cigarettes or a tobacco to roll cigarettes?
Loose tobacco. I bought 6 pounds of tobacco and 10 or 12 things of 2.
I tell you what, if you want, Chuck, I'll get with her, and one day we'll run up to the Indians, and I can I'll make a note of what brands they have and stuff, and what the prices are, and if it saves you a few bucks, I can always get that shit for you right here, and then just mail it up to you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
you
wow.
would see if somebody said you can go where the Indians are and you can buy the American Spirit loose tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Cheap.
Yeah, I've seen that name there. Yeah, you don't pay tax.
Told me they live in Arkansas, and them American Spirit cigarettes for them are like $1.50 a pack.
Shit, dude, that's how I justified smoking the
Bobby, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm getting tired.
Okay, hon, you take care.
Yeah, Josh. Have
Good
a
night, Josh.
Good night, guys.
God bless you.
You too.
That's how I justified smoking an extra 10 years when the prices went up and shit. Because I was like, okay, well, then I'll just stock up. And so I would just make it a point to drive out to the reservation and I'd buy them. And since I didn't pay tax and I got them a lot cheaper. And dude, way back then, matter of fact, I think they did it for a while until somebody on up in the tribe kind of was like, hey, what are we doing? You know, we could actually charge a little bit more and they still get a good deal. We can actually make a little bit more money because they used to you could get shit dirt cheap, dude. It was unbelievable.
So where do you go to a reservation?
The Cushata.
Is that in Oklahoma or?
No, Texas. It's right down here, like
Texas?
going over into Woodville.
What?
Oh yeah, they got a big annual thing, man. They got a big old shit. What do they call that? Oh man, it's when the Indians they gather. They have the big.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the powwow. Thank you. I was going brain for it. I'm like, damn, this is a word. I know it. Where yet?
I understand. And okay, where's that at? What town?
It's right. Well, in between Livingston and Woodville.
Woodland and Livingston.
On 190.
Writing it down. That's worth a 5-hour drive, right?
Oh, well, yeah. And actually, you can save probably an extra 40 minutes because they actually have their own little smoke shop up on 59 North coming out of like Dieball, coming out of Lufkin.
Lufkin.
Yeah, and then come south. And they have a smoke shop up there on the side of the highway. Rip right in. Oh, that's where everybody gets the shit around here because that you don't pay taxes and you can get it cheaper.
I had no idea there were any reservations at all in Texas. I drove all the way to Oklahoma to see a reservation and get homemade jewelry, and it didn't tell me nothing. There's like, no, they don't do that anymore. You know how they used to make them and sell them on the side of the road. And
come on down to this one. They got the gift shop. They got the tour things. They do the big powwow once a year. They also have they say it's a gaming center is what it is. It's the push button type gaming machines. You can win money. Oh, they give away Corvettes and shit out there. I think what he tell me they just got through giving away. They just got through giving away, I think, 2 or 3 cars at the first of the year. Or no, wait, that was Christmas. At the first of the year, Mattress Matt came up and gave, I don't know if that was some $30,000 shopping spree down there or something. And I don't know, but they do shit all the time out there. They got buses. They got buses that go to Lufkin. They go to Woodville, Beaumont, Port Arthur, over to Huntsville. Oh, that's matter of fact, Kinder, Louisiana. You've heard of Kinder, Louisiana, right?
No.
Oh, wow. The big old casino over there. That casino is actually supposed to be located right there. But
you're like a Kickapoo Lucky Eagle or something like that.
In reference to what, Chuck? Like,
Casino like thing is something I'm looking now. Look, here it is. It's the Indian Tribes of Texas and Texas Indian Commissions abolished in '89. By the '90s, the Alabama Cacheta Reservation had 650 residents. So I'm looking to see about Kickapoo's opened the Lucky Eagle Casino on the reservation near Eagle Pass.
oh, that's over, yeah, West Texas ones.
Yeah, that's way over there. Bonnie,
This
I'm
is
seeing where they were going to have a powwow in Cibolo, and that's pretty close to me. Not real close, but it's closer than 5 hours. And I wanted to go to it, but I never could find where it was going to be located at and the date.
that's funny. All I had to type in Google the word Alabama, and then I put a dash. And the minute I did, it said Cushata Tribe of Texas. And it's like, yep, that's the one.
Yeah. Alabama.
Alabama Cushata Tribe of Texas.
Huh.
It's the oldest Indian reservation in Texas.
yeah, Livingston. And they got the one at Kickapoo of South Eagle Pass and the Tigua in El Paso.
The link in chat, not in the regular chat.
Not going to El Paso. Y'all just have everything over there. The Renaissance Festival, all the cool stuff.
Oh, and now I will say I haven't been to a powwow in a few years, but I know back when we used to go, they're a blast.
Is it open to the public or is it invitation?
Yeah, no, it's open. They make
Oh.
it. That's it. They intentionally, and it's in, like they make sure it's a cool show. Hey, Lily. Sorry, I just saw you.
I would love to go. I've been wanting to go for years, and they were no help at all in Durant, Oklahoma. With those girls at that store, even they got the manager, and he was clueless. And I'm like, okay, there's this huge casino next door.
I
To
want that chili
I
up.
know I'm on a reservation,
Otherwise, it's going to go bad. You're going to waste it.
and y'all can't tell me where to find the native people. Nope. And they have this big glass case in there full of jewelry, and they says that's the only jewelry that we have. And you look at it, and it's made in nowhere near here, U.S. at all. And I said, no, that's not what I want.
Oh, dang, dude. Yeah, technically, I believe it is. And I know around here it was actually funny because back in the day, I don't think they find it so much anymore. Back in the day when they first started doing the cigarettes, since Indians, you don't pay taxes because Indians don't have to do the tax stamp on the bottom of that pack of cigarettes. So it's kind of like the PX cigarettes you used to buy on base.
Yeah.
You can't go out and sell those because if they don't have that stamp, and you got to be able to account for that. Stores can't sell them. But around here, people used to go hustle that shit.
Yep. Yeah, my mother used to always get it at the PX, so get cartons of them because they were way cheaper. And then my best friend, every time she went to Abilene, she would get her dad to go with her to the PX and get her cigarettes. But You don't know. I don't think I could put my mother in the PX if I wanted to.
I remember
It
growing up.
says I'm 2 hours and 40 minutes away.
Must not
Just a hop, skip, and a jump. Well, I say that would have been the old days. Nowadays, shit, man, 45 minutes. I have to rethink that shit. Matter of fact, there was a lady that was going to give me some chickens, but that would be meeting up around Carthage, and I don't know if I could make that drive if I had to. I don't know if I want to tolerate the cost of that drive. That would be miserable.
Did you know that they don't put headphones or battery chargers in the new phone?
Whoops.
Yeah, they don't put what?
They don't new phones. They got them the other day, and they didn't put a block in there. It just got the charger wire you plug into a block to charge them. No headphones either.
But the messed up part is, who's got one of the ones that's got a double ended the same size?
Oh yeah, the new USB-Cs, and all you get is the double-ended cord. You don't get the actual power block.
Yep.
Yep. That's how hers was. Hey man, shaving that cost.
It used to be able, you get the block, you get the charger, and the pair of headphones.
Yeah. Do you even have a headphone jack on those?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think he does. He got a $100 straight talk Samsung.
well, it might not have a mic jack, or it does. I know that's I like mine. I don't know if my wife's does or not. Some of the newer ones I've heard people talk about them. They don't have them. My daughter doesn't. That stupid tablet doesn't.
They're wanting you to switch to Bluetooth.
Yep. And I don't like wireless shit.
They drain too fast.
I'm a hardwired kind of guy. It's the best connectivity.
It bombards you, plus it's more power consumption.
Yep.
That's all we need is more bad energy flowing around us.
I'm watching the Wild Wild West on my tablet.
The Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
Love
And
it.
that being the old original show. Robert
Yeah, I
Conrad.
started watching The King of Tulsa, and that actually was a good show.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought about it.
I got into it. I ended up catching them all up. Now I'm waiting week to week, and that sucks. So I usually like to wait for a whole season to go through, then I'll watch.
I kind of half-ass watch the Yellowstone. She reminds me, so then I'll go in there and watch it when she watches it. Other than that, I watch my little westerns.
I asked my mother the other day if she's seen Yellowstone or The Chosen, and she said only if it's on Grit. And I said, well, no, it wouldn't be on Grit.
That was my favorite channel when we had Dish.
That is all that's on their TV 24/7.
Pretty much that was all on mine. Now the tablet I use that Pluto TV because it's free, and I do the Western channel. And it's like at night it's the Wild Wild West, and then here, oh well, no, actually earlier it was Have Gun Will Travel, and then during the day I bounce between the Gunsmoke, the Rifleman, and Wanted Dead or Alive, and that's my TV entertainment. I don't really give a shit anymore.
And what's it called that you were able to watch those?
Pluto TV.
KATO.
Pluto. Pluto TV.
PLUTO.
Yeah, like Pluto the planet or dog or.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's an app.
Yeah, I ain't watching anything right now. Kiss off. The TV's on over here, muted with something on Me TV.
Oh, well, no, she's talking about hers, but he's watching Fox. Chuck's always watching Fox.
My favorite 3 Western shows is The Rifleman, Bonanza, and what's that other one we usually watch? It comes on with The Rifleman.
The High Chaparral.
I think so. It's a black and white one, like The Rifleman.
Bonanza.
Right
Yeah.
now, there's Wanted Dead or Alive. That's got Josh, the bounty hunter dude, with that little stubby.
Dad called me, what is it, Hoss?
Yeah. Hoss or Butterbean.
Hoss is on Bonanza. Dude, now that's the one thing Pluto doesn't have. I haven't found Bonanza on Pluto, but it's like, that's okay for now. I'll figure out something later. It's free. If it's free, it's for me.
Yeah, I haven't watched Fox until I watched them do that finagling, cheating shit when the election was on and they were jumping the numbers around. I'm like, yeah, you bunch of bitches.
Dude, I gave up on them the minute that sorry ladies, but when that goofy ass bitch looked at that dude and said, John, we already called that. And it was like, wait, say what? I think that's what she said. Wasn't that John guy that she was talking to when they were sitting there? And
something to that order. I remember that.
And it was like, wait a minute, what? We're only talking a few hours into this. Are we going to talk about what just went down when we all nodded off for a couple hours? You're not going to know. It's like, okay, you're right. And then I kind of got enlightened to the whole BlackRock State Street Vanguard, and you kind of start to follow some money, and you kind of go, yeah, you might hold a different brush, but you paint the same picture.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of news I don't talk about here. I saw one of those big people, not of the families you were mentioning, the other, $1 million and millions of dollars into something, and it's not good. And it's definitely, I'm not sure that our government's running anything. Really and truly.
Oh, anything on that. You can't believe nothing you see.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's still a fun. You're gonna own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, I still remember that when we were looking at the numbers, and numbers also just all of a sudden started backing down on one side and going up on the other. I'm like, how the fuck does that happen? Vicky looked, and she ended up pulling it up. By the time we seen it, wasn't 3 minutes. There was already recording though on the internet, people showing it.
Hell, man, I was sitting there. I remember I was watching Crowder, and it had been sitting there watching it going along, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, they're gonna have to take a break, and then he was about wore out, and he's like, well, yeah, I think I might take a nap. And I thought, okay, yeah, that won't be bad. So I just kind of remember kicking back in my chair, and I took a nap. And then when I woke up, it was like, oh, okay, so wait, what's going on? Wait, it's coming back. Wait, say what? And then he come back, and then he's kind of going, wait a minute, what? And then they're looking back, and from there was just a snowball of shit. And then you just start listening to it's like, you're literally like, I'm doing this. And it's like, this is not a clear bottle you see me drinking from. This is not really happening. And you're just listening to this, watching these people say this shit going, but that shit just happened. And it's like,
Yeah.
I was so mad back then. It was unbelievable. It's amazing I don't have holes in the wall. I used to just get so mad.
Oh, I haven't let it get to me like that because, I mean, I get frustrated, but in the whole scheme of things, what can I do? I can do something right here. And I actually saw a guy on Facebook today that has a case against our sheriff, a deputy, and some other people. And I was like, I messaged him and I sent him a friend request and I said, I'd like to know how this turns out. He said, oh, don't worry. He said, I've got all the receipts. They, yep, it's going to happen. It's good to know that people are looking now and paying attention and
Hell,
all.
I'm glad I woke up.
Yeah, yeah,
Because that's actually, to believe it or not, like when it all first kind of blew up, I wasn't even, what was made me mad about what I saw wasn't the political side so much as it was the bald-faced lying, and that's what actually got me right off the bat. And then
yes,
it got more political, and then it became very political, and it's been very political ever since. And I kind of went with my initial, because I do kind of, I used to be very pissy, especially for people that supposedly in positions of power or authority or of control. I expect to see shit from them, and I used to be really bad about calling people out because I
yes,
am a convicted felon, and I did flip things all the way from 180 degrees. So,
yeah,
and so when I looked at it, it's like, wait a minute, people like you talk down on people like me, but I hold myself better than you're acting, and that's not acceptable. And so I
so,
was really mad back then. I'm not nothing as mad like I used to. I used to get pissed me off just because it was like, wait a minute, you're a bald-faced liar.
and that's it. Is if you, there's no reason to lie unless you're hiding something. Is the way I feel.
And that's it. Oh, and that's cool. Kissoff said that when my show's on is when Chuck is the only time he doesn't watch Fox.
Uh-huh.
Well, we'll have some shows coming up. This is going to be a hell of a year.
Yeah.
I pulled some steps off of the pile. I'm going to try to take them apart. I'm not sure how much all this bright ass illusions of grandeur I have with all this arm movement I'm fixing to be doing, but hey, I'll go down swinging is all I can say.
There you go. Perseverance. That's what keeps us breathing. We gotta persevere.
Yeah, what gets me about the majority of it, the shit they emphasize and you see it's real, but what are they trying to get you to pay attention to over here? What really is going on, you need to be looking at over there. It's like me, let me start a bonfire up here in the front yard so everybody looks at it while I'm back here coming in your back door.
Well, what's really bad too is that it's there's so many multifacets, but you got the different levels of greed. People that are, I guess you could just say, people doing nefarious things, but for different reasons. But we're all the same victims.
Yes.
You know, you got small companies, that aren't really super huge, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to exploit this shit going on," and then you got people intentionally doing shit. Then you've got governmental shit. You've got
Yep.
overseas companies that go, "Hey, we can exploit the shit out of this," and so yeah, don't you know?
Yep.
I figured Willie was still lurking back in there somewhere.
So I heard that.
And I'll say that one thing that I've kind of sat here, and if I could pick something to rewind, I think it would be the debt decisions, the financial decisions I made, because that's probably the
Yes.
biggest lessons. Things that seemed like, oh, I really need to do this right now this way. I really could have done it different, and it had cost. It had ramifications for those decisions.
Yes. I
I
would
was
do this.
glad I was able to teach that to my son. Thank goodness he got the message. It seems like not the other two, but he got it. So
Yes. And that's what I'm trying to teach my granddaughter. But suddenly she is so worried about her credit score and she wants to raise her credit score. So she's paid off a bunch of stuff, and then somebody's telling her, you got to get a credit card and pay it off. Use it for a little bit, pay it off. So now she's all, which one should I get? And I said, oh my goodness, please don't. Just, just accept your credit score as it is. I don't even know why she's wanting a credit score. When I get the house, it's going in her name. My car is going in her name. What does she need credit for? Nothing.
yeah,
Just stop.
yeah, because there's other ways. I mean, you can see how this kind of comes out if financially things stabilize, banks are still okay. Then like that's what that's my son went to the bank and got a small little loan just to have a note and paid it back. And just by doing that, because you can't do that kind of stuff too fast. But now things are so chaotic, I wouldn't be looking at doing any of it. I
Yeah.
see whoever told her that. I know that's the story behind that. I remember when that probably might have sounded like okay, because you would go get a card and use it to just pay like your electric bill, and then the minute you pay it with your card, you paid that on your card. So that
Yes.
you could, and I remember those days, but those
Back
I
in
wasn't
the
even
day.
capable of doing those days.
Yeah. And that's the thing too with um, where I messed up was the home equity loan. But it, if I sit and think logically about it, it really wasn't a mess up in the month to month part of it because it was a whole lot less using that to pay my car off and uh, I needed a lawyer for something. Paid that off. It just paid everything off and only pay $100 more a month. But then whenever I see that full amount, when I log into the bank, it's like, ugh. it's never going to get paid off. And so what I'm hoping is once we get done moving and doing everything we're doing, that I can start making double payments on that and get it paid down maybe. But then everybody keeps saying, don't even worry about it, they're going to crash. And well, I don't want them to just come and take it. You know, I don't know what they do. We already got the taxes paid, thank goodness, but everyone keeps saying to quit doing that, that it's against the law, but I'm afraid to take that chance.
Oh, well, I'm paying mine. Hell, next week when my check comes, half of it gets paid, and then next month, hopefully, the next other half gets paid.
Yeah.
That's how I do the taxes. It's just, and I don't have a problem with taxes. See, that'll get people fired up, but I don't have a problem with it. I understand the general concept. I just think it's been handled wrong. So
Yes.
to target that, it just we couldn't sustain a country if we didn't do some taxes. I mean,
It's like the tip of my finger hurts, so I'll cut off the whole finger.
yeah,
No.
it's like, wow, this is hurting. Okay, let me amputate. And it's like, let's address the problem. And
Yep.
and I've had some heated conversations actually over that, because where I live, and I live in such a rural area, my taxes aren't very much.
Yes.
And I do see a benefit because I can pick up the phone in the morning. I could pick up the phone, call that commissioner's office and go, hey, my ditches, man, this last rain kind of got them, filled up some. And that, bam, within a couple of days, there's fixing to be a grade all coming down the road, digging that ditch out and cleaning out the culverts. And it'd be like, cool, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, just so I see a benefit. I see the grade alls parked around grading the roads all the time, but I live in a rural area. So.
Yeah. And I just don't want to see it being auctioned off at the courthouse. No.
And taxes are kind of like a household. So if you have a household, like you can have 4 people under that roof and they can all have a job. Somebody is going to have to pay the bills.
Yeah.
So you either can say, hey, we'll all 4 pitch in and collectively pay this amount for all the bills, and then we can do what we want with our leftover money. Okay, there you go. Well, that's kind of the way I view taxes myself, but then I don't live in a metropolitan city type environment. So
Yeah.
I can go down and talk to my commissioner and go, hey, man, who the hell's getting out here on this road?
Yeah.
Now, ever I see the need, I pay my part. Plus, it doesn't go high. I mean, I'm not in a real big county that has a high tax rate, so I guess that's beneficial.
The only one that I disagree with, our school tax is crazy high. And the things they do with it are just ridiculous. It's all about sports. Texas always has been, though.
Wouldn't it be something if the school tax was only for parents that had kids that went to that school district, and then you would pay that district tax?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't that make them stand up and need to be somebody? They'd have to attract people then.
And that's what, I mean, once my kids were graduated and my granddaughter, I was like, okay, I don't have anybody in that school anymore, but
still got to pay it.
Yep.
And I used to not mind until I see what they've done with it now.
Yes.
And I'll say that. So if that could be corrected, which this isn't bad around here, but if you could, I really would like to see the federal government get out of all the education. We do not need a board of education on the federal level.
No.
That's my 2 cents.
And isn't
This,
that Jill?
huh?
Isn't
Yeah.
that Jill? That's what I thought.
Hell, y'all, I'm gonna roll out. Y'all have a blessed night. Much love, everybody out there.
You too,
Bye.
Chuck.
Later,
Take
Chip.
care. Love you.
What's up, Wingnut?
Is Anarchy TV Wingnut?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, Wingnut. I saw him up on Indy's panel, and um, I think I'm subbed. I hope I'm subbed. Y'all know so many more people than me. Ron must have had a really big following. And
Oh, yeah. Well, it was like a collective from so many other channels, different, because he just had this like late night bar kind of environment, and yeah,
okay.
I want to say it was, I mean, shit, 75 people a night, easy, if not
At
more. I
one
know he,
time or coming and
yeah,
going.
yeah, just sitting here in the chat, going and talking, getting up on
Wow.
panel. But he would have 10 people up on there, and stuff. So he would have bigger panels. Some nights it would just be him sitting there, and he might have one or two people up. It was kind of how whatever mood he was in, but everybody in
Yeah.
chat would get along. And then if there was something going on in chat, he would just get both people up there, and they would discuss it, and he would do the referee mode kind of thing.
Oh,
He was kind of unique. So I was.
thank you, Kino. I am subbed with the bell. We'll see if I get a notification. Never know.
Never know. If
Well,
nothing else, they always tell you when you go live. That's the funniest thing. It's consistency, man. Every time I go live, the email goes off, and it's like notification, you've gone live, and it's like, really, man. So none of the
I
people that I
know.
subscribe to, you can do this, but myself, you'll do this consistent. Never miss a beat.
Yes. And then Gmail's telling me you're running out of space. Well, quit sending me these stupid notifications that I don't need. I know I'm going live.
Oh Lord, you're going out of space on Gmail.
Yes. The social and the promotion just, and I keep going through it and just delete, 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 delete. Well, okay, I don't do that often enough, I guess, because I had some from last May. And so I'm trying to clean it up so it'll quit telling me that. But gosh,
I was gonna see if I could see on my phone how much space I still have left. I don't know. I have never gotten that warning. It's so funny. She has, my wife has too. So I just find it funny as shit because it's like I've had my Gmail before they even released it to everybody. I was one of some of the first people that had invites to send out to even invite people to come try it, and I've never run out of space. And yeah, people, but see, you probably are sign up for stuff too, don't you?
um, and I'm trying to clear out some of that because it was from way back. And and if you order something, Duluth Trading Company, and there they go. And then I uh, ordered sheets, amazing, awesome sheets. They were worth it. Frank's Beach, My Pillow, whatever it is.
Boy,
And
he's the email sender, isn't he?
oh my goodness, like 3 or 4 a day, and I'm all. I'll even get text messages on my phone.
But see, let me ask you something. So when you, like, if you look at them on your phone, when you pull that up and you see Frank's speech, why don't you just hit that little icon for him and go to the trash can?
And yeah, and that's what I do now. But I guess I didn't know about that before, and so some of it's piled up.
Because I get his too all the time.
Yeah,
I get quite a few from Doug. Some of the election bunch is what it was for me.
and a lot of it's not. Oh,
Uh-oh. What?
wing nuts on his backup channel
Oh,
had a little bit of an issue. Um, I don't even know what I was gonna say. Oh, a lot of it is people sending me information that I don't want to delete because it's good information, like these radios. I bought the radios. I have no idea what to do with them. I don't know how to program them. They're just sitting there, and I would like to get those done. So one of them is that. Haven't done it yet. It's to it's probably easy for you to understand something like that, but it's Greek to me.
no, there's actually, is it the biofangs?
Let me see.
Because there's actually quite a few people that probably know about those radios.
On the front, it says Turway, Tinway. It's the two-way.
What brand?
What I just said.
Oh, the
Tin,
two-way tone or 10-way?
Tenway. Yeah, it was the closest one way back. I think it was on 101. Alan was showing his radios, and they were out of that exact brand, and this was the closest looking to it. And somebody told me that this was a really good one, and I was like, okay, good. But they just sit there on the chargers, ready to go. Don't know what to do with them.
Well, did they talk to each other?
I don't know. I hadn't tried that yet. I need to. I'm afraid I'm gonna push something and call a sheriff or something. I don't know what they do. I mean, I'm telling you, because I'm used to the fire department radios. You didn't push the button and talk unless you were in on the scene, um, or we were being called to make up 200 sandwiches or something.
How do
And
you how do you feel about turning your camera on, Bonnie, to show
right
your
now,
radio?
no. No. One of these days.
Well, I was going to say because Wingnut, I mean, actually, that's what he sits and does. He
Oh, is
listens.
it?
He listens to the radio, and Skiplet. He talks to people all over, so he knows a little bit about the radio. So that's why if you didn't mind turn your camera on or something just long enough to show the model, so he would know which ones. But he could come up too.
That's what I
If
was gonna ask, if I put the link, if you would come up and maybe give me an email or something.
shoot,
And I
Wingnut's all about that radio talk, huh?
know. So that's his forte, huh?
Oh well, actually, all kinds of stuff. If it's He's
Um,
he
and
sat there at his little desk and he's made heaters and made all kinds of stuff.
oops, I knew I couldn't go to it on there. I got to do it on my phone.
The TW325.
Yes. Okay, that UV 5R Pro, that looks just like what I have.
Okay, so then he must have been showing the bio thing, and then when you went to look, that was what was out of stock. So then, because that looks similar to a bio thing.
Yes, yes. I
Yeah,
think it was.
Wingnut probably knows about that then.
I think that's the exact same one. Kind of looks like.
Dink.
There he is.
Well, good evening, or good morning, good morning.
Good morning. How
What's
are
up,
you?
buddy?
Yeah, hey Bonnie, this is my radio right here. You see that?
Let me see if I can. Oh, that
That's
looks more like a CB.
yeah, it's a CB.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm wanting to get some of those too. This is a two-way. Um, that link that Annie at Jack put, it has it. It's a UV 5R Pro.
Oh, UV5R, yeah, Bofang, yeah, they're all right. I would suggest the first thing that you do to that thing is get rid of the antenna that came with it and get an upgrade on that.
I
Upgrade
have the
the
long one. Yeah,
yeah. That's the first
did
thing I
that.
suggest about those things.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah,
Because
the
the little
antenna that
short one.
comes yeah, the antenna that comes with it is crap. It really is crap.
Yep.
I've got a couple of those actually, those Bofang, and you know, and I've got and the thing is it's analog. It's not digital. I mean, there are still some services like EMS, police, fire department that still use analog, but majority of that's on digital.
Yeah, ours is all digital now.
Yeah, I mean, you can still use it, you know, to as a scanner kind of thing. That's what I kind of use it for. Also, it's like a scanner kind of.
That's
Because there are
that's
some dispatchers that still use analog and all that. But and then on top of that, that thing I like about it is like those cheap walkie talkies you can get at the store. A lot of times they say like 2 or 3 mile range or whatever. It's just the cheap ones, that you get.
yes.
All right, those frequencies that they run on, you can actually program those in those little Bofang radios. So you can actually program all the frequencies those radios use. So you can actually use a Bofang with those radios if you wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they run on what is it, GMRS and FRS frequencies, and those are the general ones those cheap ass radios run on.
Um, and so if you did that, would it make the range further?
Well,
Like
no, it
using
won't
it
make
for a two-way?
it
No.
won't do anything to the range. You see, the antenna is going to do a lot about your range when it comes down to
Yes.
those radios. Now it just makes it a little bit, if you program all those frequencies like GMRS, the FRS frequencies and stuff like that into it, at least like you can use that Bofang with those cheap radios too. Like for instance, if your family or your kids have got those little radios, those cheap
Yes.
ones, your little Bofang, you can actually program those frequencies in to where you can use your Bofang with those cheap, kids type walkie-talkies and stuff.
Okay, to talk to each other.
Yeah, you can use it. Um,
Okay.
you know, those cheap little toy radios, the two little, walkie-talkies, they're okay to a point. They don't have very much range, but like for instance, if they're cheap and your kids can have them and whatever, you know. Now the boat fangs, they're not that expensive either, but they're a little bit more to it, because I mean, like the program frequencies in, it's a ham radio, so it's got a lot of different functions for like ham radio type stuff,
Mhm.
uh, and technically there's certain frequencies like the services type frequencies, like police, EMS, fire department, stuff like that. Technically, it's a no if you transmit on those frequencies, because you're not a emergency
Supposed to be
service.
licensed.
Yeah, you're not supposed
Yeah.
to be doing that. And technically, those are emergency services. So I mean, it's a no to transmit. You can listen all you want. You just can't talk.
Right.
They don't want you talking on it.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I'm afraid I'll push that button. I don't even know what the daggone buttons do.
No, you just got to know where you're at, frequency wise, and then you know, like I said, it's technically a ham radio, so pretty much, there's quite a few frequencies that you can use with, nobody will, you know, get bent out of shape for you using those frequencies. You know what I mean? There are some on there that nobody will, but there's ham operators out there that,
Well, yeah, you could turn it on and just see what it's set on right now and see if it even picks anything up. You
yeah,
might
it
be
depends
sitting on a
on
dead channel.
what's set in preset or whatever. I'm not sure what they have. I mean, I've got like one of the first generations of those Bofangs, so I don't know what the what's it the plus the VR5 VR51 plus or whatever it is. They've upgraded the software on those over the years, so some of them are a little bit better. Have different bells and whistles or whatever in it.
Well, somebody unplugged it, I guess, because it's not charged.
The one thing I do like about them, there are a couple of different things, but you can you can get the weather station. That's like 24 hours a day. You can get that frequency. You can get regular FM broadcast frequency, so like the regular radio stations. You can get that. It's got a flashlight on it. I
Yes.
mean, it's pretty decent for its price. Because I mean,
And
you can get them for like $40 or something like that, I think.
oh, well, mine were double that, but and that's what I wanted too. You know, weather, because we tend to have some tornadoes around here, and
Well, it ain't going to do no good if it's not charged up, for
I know
one.
I'm plugging it in.
I know it was like I thought the last I heard was how they're sitting on the charger. I just don't know how to do it, and it's kind of like
I
but it
know
wasn't plugged in. Oh,
because I put both of them on a charger, and
I got a computer sitting right there on the desk, but I hit the power button. It didn't come on. I don't know. Oh wait, I got to power it up.
all right, guys.
Well, I was actually thinking about it one day, because I was watching, that spin-off from The Walking Dead. It's called Fear the Walking Dead. Well, anyway, I was watching that show, and it just seems like everybody in the show has got a little walkie-talkie on them, and they're using a CB, and I'm like, how in the zombie apocalypse are they keeping all these radios charged up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I've thought about a windmill for that, and um, when I move, I do want to get a. Uh, well, they're already coming to me. A friend of mine is a truck driver, CBs, and I know the antenna is key. I'm up on a hill, and so I still want it a decent height to, and hopefully the truckers stay truckers and they don't replace them with bad people.
Shoot,
Well,
CB on
I
the
mean,
hill, buddy. You could reach out and touch someone with an amp.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, honestly, right now the we're in the getting into the peak of the solar cycle right now, so the skip conditions are really good. I mean, you can talk a lot further away right now when the way the conditions are.
oh
In the
well.
day during the daytime, man, like here, for instance, as soon as the sun gets up and it hits my antenna, I'm here in Europe, and then it'll switch. It'll eventually get like toward the end of the day or toward the latter part of the day. Next thing you know, I'm hearing out past California, out toward Hawaii and New Zealand, Australia. You know,
Wow.
so yeah, the skip conditions have been pretty good. And like all day, I mean, you talk about good people and bad people. There's bad people and good people everywhere. I mean, like the trolls and stuff you
This
see
is
on the
true.
internet, man, they've been on the radio for decades, man.
Yeah.
True.
It's nothing new. I mean, there's 5-year-olds out there on the radio right now. I mean, right now it's actually kind of quiet, but like during the daytime, there's people out there that just like literally act like
Talking a
5-year-olds
lot
out
of shit.
there.
Hey, Willie had a question. Can you get military channels on those biofangs and stuff?
No, they're on a higher frequency.
Yeah.
See, the Bofang, the two band Bofang that like for instance UB5R, those work under a 2 meter and a 70 centimeter bandwidth. And military's not on any of those, either one of those bandwidths. They're on a higher frequency, a lower bandwidth, whatever.
Zombie powered squirrel cage generators.
That's how they charge their biofangs. We met with zombie powered squirrel cage generators.
Well, actually, man, there was a book. I can't remember what it was, but they had a really good idea. Like for instance, putting a bunch of those, those treadmills right in front of every window and door, and putting like a little piece of meat up there in the window, or whatever. So every time the zombie come up, they're sitting there walking on that treadmill at the same time, generating electricity.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, damn, the house will be lined up with Stairmasters all wired
You know
up
what I'm
to a
saying?
generator.
I mean, I was watching one of those TV shows, and they were using zombies to pump water. They were just walking them in a circle, pumping water out of this well.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a neat idea. Getting it like industrious with zombies.
I've even thought about the flamethrower for the zombies. Garrett and I were talking one time in a chat, and he said, I heard that these can't be taken out except with flamethrowers. And I said, okay, that's going on the list.
Yeah, I mean, actually, flamethrowers are actually not that expensive right now.
I know.
What was it? With a boring company that Elon has, he's got flamethrowers for sale.
They bring them up to a
Wonder why.
skid steer. You could have a clearing.
Right. It'd be like if you have really snow, you got there with a snow plow and just flamethrower the damn driveway.
It's true. Instant driveway, whatever.
Right?
Yeah. I would have the whole place burning if I did that out there. There's underbrush. There's so much work that's got to be done out there. It'd be funny. But it's secluded, so it's not majorly, but good enough. Better than where I'm at now.
Not sure what to think about my future, though. I'm not sure what to think.
That's the way we all are right now. It's like we were just talking about the financial, you know, do we change anything? Do we?
Well,
I
I
mean,
think like coming in May, they're going to try and push this like new cryptocurrency and try to get rid of our cash. That's what they really want to do, man.
I know they do. And that's where we gotta, just like with the 2A, no. It, I mean, I know that the dollar's not worth anything right now, but still,
Well, technically, really ain't. It never was worth anything. It was a debt from the beginning.
yeah,
Just happens to be a means of exchange. Instead of us bartering, where we got something in as a means of exchange. Well,
something you can
technically,
hold on.
the only
Well, it's
true
a global
constitutional
power
money is gold and
structure.
silver, anyway.
Well, yeah, but then I've heard bad things about that. Like if um, certain people were a little more personal with us, um, then you would be considered rich, or I don't know if you ever, well, anyway. Gray man, be great, be invisible, blend in, all that stuff. And um, supposedly, if you start using that, then you're not so blended in. Does that make sense?
I'm
No,
not following.
That's what I thought. I don't know. And so it's hard to tell what is what, but it's not like I can afford to go out and buy a bunch of precious metals either. Um, I've seen at the pawn shops and stuff that, ooh, they charge a lot. Um, just the junk silver and stuff. I
oh
don't
yeah.
know.
Well,
It's a
you know,
mess. We
yeah.
shouldn't have to be worrying about all this.
Well, no, it's done. This is done on purpose, man. These psychopaths really want to rule over every single facet of our lives, man.
Yes.
Literally.
Oh, I know. The $600 thing is absolutely ridiculous,
Oh
and
yeah,
that's already in
I
effect.
have PayPal and I don't even use it really, but it made me think I should probably just delete it altogether because I don't want to have to deal with that. That stupid because that PayPal thing is still in play. Uh, they got
Yes,
a
maybe
they got a
that. You're
rule in
right.
there where it's like it's like if they found something that you mentioned on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, where they can fine you all this money and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
that's just flat out extortion stuff. I mean, this.
Most of this, I think, it's like a corporate mentality. They want to consolidate everything, and for them, it's easier management if everything's on a global scale because it's like a big boardroom of elites.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I get that, but I'm not their product to kind of like manipulate and move around or whatever. Um, that's the thing. It's like they think of all of us as like products or cattle.
Oh yeah, it's
I'm
cattle.
not.
You either a producer or you're part of the mob or you need to go. That's that to
Oh,
me. That's their mentality. I mean, that's why
have
they
you
had no
seen
problem with this.
have you seen that one country where it's the 15-minute deal?
They're trying to pass that all over the world, Bonnie.
Yes, I
I mean,
know.
for real.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
they've been doing it over here. To me, that's the version of where they keep trying to force people into the metropolitan areas. That's what
right?
they want you to go herd to the city. Look, the
Yeah.
city can provide. Look at the convenience of the city.
Well, that's another thing too, that they try to put that convenience, like especially around college towns. Oh, look, you don't need a car. You can everything you need is right here within 15 minutes of your
That's it.
living. You know,
You
they're
can
trying to
get your
make it. Oh,
groceries, you can
look.
get your
Yeah,
food, you can get your supper, you can get drunk, you can go
right.
everything right there, all within the school.
Yeah. But the
Yeah,
thing is, it's like they're trying to push all this mandatory stuff too. Like for instance, like okay, well, it might be voluntary and looks like a good convenience, but eventually they're gonna like okay, well now you can't have a vehicle, and if you have a vehicle, you can only go outside of the 15-minute border, like let's say 100 times a year. You know what I mean?
yes.
And
And you
that's
have
it.
to go through a checkpoint.
Right. And it's like, okay, well now we're just like prisoners in this 15-minute, area, without getting
Yep.
permission to go outside of it and blah blah. Blah. What's going to be the punishment if you go outside of this 15-minute thing with your vehicle more than 100 times a day, 100 times a year or something like that, you
Well, see,
know?
it depends on where you're at. They can, I mean, if you let it get too all out of control, I mean, they just lock your ass up, kind of thing. But
Yeah, I
to me,
started thinking
that's
about,
where your county's important. See, because your county, and especially if your county is being overly populated by metropolitan cities,
yeah,
like some of these counties in some of these states, might be time to pay attention to what's happening because that'll be the people. See, it's like I could see that down here in Houston, within say that Harris County that encompasses Houston. I could
Yes.
see them trying to enforce that to a certain extent, but they couldn't enforce the travel part,
yeah.
unless they started to work on the neighboring counties. And then if once you can get a connecting county to kind of go with that same flow, well, now, yeah, tides are seriously going to change. That's why the
Well,
local
I was
politics
sitting
is
there actually talking to somebody about it. I was like, okay, like for instance, in that 15-minute city, you talk about the population part of it. Well, what if they get to a point where there's too many people in that 15-minute thing? Are they going to start enacting where you can only have one child? Um, you know what I
No,
mean? Kind
that's
of
when
like
they'll
keeping the
do the
population at a certain, you know,
yes.
or like
That's
for
the
instance,
smart city.
yeah,
Have you
or like
seen
for
those?
instance, like the let's say you need I don't know 500 plumbers that will keep everything going in that 15-minute city. Where they're going to force people to be plumbers now? You know, um, it's like when you're born, you are now a plumber for the rest of your life. That's what
There
your
you
job
go.
is.
You got it.
well, though you gotta, but see now, it's not you're gonna feed a certain role. It would be the if I had to go like the far dark end game kind of thing, then you would just be slowly they'll have filtered out
Hmm.
different. Matter of fact, their target is to actually go in. They want to figure out personalities, so then they'll actually be
Right.
raising certain specific people,
Well,
and
yeah.
so and that'll just be the labor force, and you'll go in and do your thing. And as long as utopia for them exists, you're just going to be a labor force to produce the things that they want to see in their little utopia land.
Well, I mean, let's say that you're born, and they say, well, okay, we've decided that through all these tests that you're going to be a guy that's going to be sucking the septic tanks out for the rest of your life. That's what
Well,
your
no, but
job
see, wait
is.
a minute. No, we not see because look at where they're going with the whole, the abortion thing right now. Well,
Right.
Hmm.
they're playing with the DNA, so then they're already okay with that. They're pushing that. So now, if they get to
Yeah.
where they can just look at the DNA strand and automatically go, oh, yeah, no, you this strand and this strand, yep, you can go right over there. That's gone.
Right. Well, that's the problem too. It's like, okay, all right, let's say that you were born and they looked at your DNA and say, okay, you are a septic tank pumper outer. You deal with pumping crap out of people's septic tanks. That's your job for the rest of your life. All right, let's say you get like in your mid 20s or 30s or whatever, and you decide you don't want to be sitting there pumping crap out of people's septic tanks and you want to do something else. What then? All right, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe I want to build a house, or maybe I want to work with wood. I don't want to pump crap. You know what I mean? Okay, well, am I going to be punished, or or am I going to be, I'm going to be forced into pumping crap for the rest of my life? I mean,
Well, see, or would
I
you
don't
even
think
have
a
a
lot of
desire
people have
to do
thought about
anything
it.
different? You know, see if they get to where they alter a DNA strand, then who says that you're even going to have a desire to do anything
That's a
different?
good point. That's a good point. I don't like that idea, but it's a good point.
Well, I
That's
mean, because you're talking about some people doing some nefarious ass shit, and they got no
Hmm.
limits, no boundaries, and
and we
so
know they know how to do it.
well, and that's their. It's
Seen it.
obvious that their self existence is all that matters. So
Yeah.
whatever needs to happen for that. So and they play around with that now, trying to figure out everything. So it's kind of like,
Yep.
you know, could I see it? Yeah, I could see it. I don't. I mean, I will never see it in my lifetime.
Oh, I
Yeah,
won't.
but your grandkids and your great grandkids will if it's not, if we don't,
Oh yeah,
you know,
that's why you
I don't
try to
like
Yeah.
the
educate.
idea. I don't like the idea is like, you know, my parents, my grandparents, my great grandparents, they all kind of kicked the can down for the next generation to deal with. Well, now here we are. All right.
Yes.
You
That's why
know,
we need to teach the next one better because see, it's in society is what's going to change. It'll take society to change it. It won't be a small group because it's a global mentality.
right.
You
Yeah.
know, that's why you have actually look at the fact that you have lithium mines and the way that they produce, the way that you have
Oh, I
ruble
know.
mines,
That
the
is
diamond
not
mines.
eco-friendly, I could tell you that.
Well, no, but I mean, look at what happens in the diamond mines and the
Yeah,
ruby
same
mines
thing.
right here, right now, right under our feet. And yet,
Yep.
that's actually when you watch that action, dude. That's shit like you would see in a movie back into the 1800s. But it's right here, right now, still.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, the lithium and cobalt mines, they're like the diamonds mines. They're like that.
Yep.
They're just like, you know, and that's what a lot of these so-called eco-friendly people are like all about electric cars. I'm like, have you even looked in how lithium is mined and stuff? And they don't even, you know, they don't see that. You know, it's like they look over that part of it.
And then what happens if they get wet or if they catch on fire and the fire department can't put them out?
Oh
It,
yeah, did you see that that supposed wreck of that Tesla? It went over that cliff, and there was like
Oh yeah,
four people in it. Supposedly, all survived or whatever.
yeah.
I
yes.
mean, and those lithium batteries didn't blow up. Give me a break.
And
Yeah.
that's what, well, that's why I read the headline because the first headline was miracle because no one has survived going off of that cliff. Apparently, it happens more than just one or two times. And that they all survived was the other miracle. And then the next day, it was the father drove him off on purpose. He's arrested. I don't know. I haven't heard anything more on it, but at the same
They,
time, I was thinking, damn, those Teslas must be built pretty tough. But
oh
I think
no,
that was probably
it was
like a
crumpled down.
commercial. You know, it was like a commercial. Look how tough our Teslas are. Look, four people survived in this awesome wreck. You know,
right, what, right, was this? Who knows? But you're right. Why didn't the batteries explode?
yeah, good question.
Oh well, I can just be in responding to that so much on vehicles. It's a luck of the draw. If those contacts of that battery don't make contact with the metal, then you're not going to get that short that'll cause that.
Hey,
They can actually, I've seen batteries break in half,
rescue.
sir.
All right. If this is an experiment you can do for yourself, you take one of them like AA lithium batteries or whatever, crack it open and take the lithium out. Put it on like a, you know, like a stainless steel type plate or something like that. Put that lithium in there, drop one drop of water on it, and see what happens.
Hmm.
One drop of water, that thing will blow up.
Well, but they didn't spray that with water.
They're right next to the, yeah, they're right next to the water right there where that wreck happened.
Well, yeah, but we'll see. But that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, I get the visual, It just,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry if I look at it and just because man, I've seen moments when it's a half inch makes life changing things. It's like, well, if
Yeah.
that had have been a
Yes.
quarter inch, I've actually watched a streak of flame just be. It's like, man, if the wind had a shifted and had blown that flame 2 inches tall, it's just
Yeah.
weird shit. That's why, because I could see it. I mean, if it's just it would be considered one of those miracles,
Yes.
depending on where they're located and where those landed when that happened.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen the
Yeah,
miracle.
Willie, I wouldn't try that in the house. Don't sit in the living room on the couch and try that on the coffee table.
Yeah. Don't try this at home, type of thing. You know.
Please. Here's the label.
Because
Oh,
it
and by the
will.
way,
It's
Willie,
very combustible. That lithium is very combustible once you put water on it.
I think the
Yes.
thing with your comment before, Willie, was the SH word, and I think they're just trying to watch chat because since YouTube has their new little rules about the cuss words.
Oh, really?
Oh, I didn't even notice it.
Well, Willie was joking about whenever thing that was talking about sucking out septic tanks and stuff, and
Mm.
Willie joked and said, "LOL." Well, then you suck sh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I started thinking about it. It's like, okay, how will they, because they're doing that new smart city over there in Saudi Arabia called the Line. They're building this huge smart
Yes.
city out in the desert type of thing. It's
Yes.
basically the kind of like, a 15-minute city, is what they're trying to do basically. And I was sitting there
Yes.
thinking, how would they keep
Yes.
that sustained?
Well,
You know,
China kind of does what you're saying, though, in a sense. When that, I mean,
It's all
they
inside.
literally they limit the population of families, and then they actually
Hmm.
control education to teach them specific things. It's like I still make fun of people in the TikTok thing because over here we see just how crazy shit is, but over there, dude, it's the complete opposite. That's those kids earn points off of engineering plans, drafting plans,
yeah,
projects,
that
family
social
time.
social credit score type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's actually what's promoted over there. So those people are actually being, I'm not saying it's right because they're still being mentally forced, but
Hmm.
Program.
that's their directive. That narrative is okay, we want you to learn how to be an engineer. So you go study and we'll promote that. Yeah, we're telling you you can't have a sister, but that's so it's kind of happening right now in a way.
For the greater good.
That's
Yes.
well, yeah, it's for the party. You know,
That's the one I saw. They grow everything inside that city. It's everything you need is inside that city. So you're not allowed to go outside of it. And that wall that you were talking about. And there's some way that they travel through there.
Yeah, public transport basically. If you
Yes.
wanted to, if you're not walking or riding a bicycle. But I
Yes.
mean, honestly, there's a lot of civilizations through history has all tried this kind of thing, and it's never worked.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
yep.
you're not going to, how are they possibly going to get everybody to comply with that? And
Well,
then,
like I said, they'll start off with like, oh, this is so convenient, this is so good, this is awesome.
yes,
They'll try and market it or sell it like that. Once people are feel like it's a good thing, or they try to make the public feel like this is a good thing, it will no longer be voluntary. It'll be like, okay, this is the way it is. This is mandatory now. You know what I mean? Because
yes,
anything that government does, they say temporary is always permanent. There is
Oh well,
never a temporary thing in government.
the minute
You know?
government makes
true.
or does anything, that's it. It's perpetuating. They can even
Right.
say, "Hey, we're only going to
Yes.
create this committee for 6 months, and you can
Right.
stay that in 60 years."
Exactly.
And you don't know what they're growing. You don't know what they're feeding you. You don't know.
Oh, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Eats the
Well, see,
bugs. Eats the bugs.
well,
There
and
you go.
they're playing off of the same the complacency of that people are in. It's like, when
Yes.
will people put the phone down? or are they going to wait for next year and buy the next model? See, I mean, it's like you look at all the talk you hear of the way system are, but watch how many people will go buy next year in 2024, or watch the ones that'll buy a new model this year. You know, my wife will tell you at that damn casino thing, it really hasn't slowed down a whole hell of a lot. So people are still pissing off money left and right.
Oh, you talking about that casino game on the phone?
No, the
Oh,
actual
just
little it's the Alabama Cushada Casino.
oh,
Yeah, people flowing in and out of there. So it's the complacency. People don't see that things like that we're on a changing moment,
right.
and this is going to be. It's just like when they get ready to force something, they'll do the same thing they just did when they just taught 330 million people. Well, not really 330, more like 175, 180 to wear a mask. And
Right.
then, hey, you know what? We're two of them. I mean, think about the concept of that message, dude. Not only, I mean, we make fun of the one, but just think of the mental weakness that somebody was under that actually put that second one on top of that first one and was like, okay, yeah, this is going to work. I
Right.
mean, that's scary, you know. I mean, it's a dark humorous, but it's scary when you think of just the weak mentality of
Yeah, they're
society. You go, damn, dude, you got told that shit, and you just like strap that bad boy on. Now, give me another one.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the Gil Bates man back in Event 201. He's doing the same thing again, and they're calling it the acronym is SEERS, SEERS. It stands for Severe Epidemic Enterovirus Respiratory Syndrome. This is
Yeah.
the 2025. This is the new thing that they're trying to push. It's the same thing they did back in Event 201, and they're now doing this. It's like, okay, this whole past thing that just happened was like a trial run to see who will comply, who won't, and then they've got all that kind of figured out now. So the next time, you know what I
Well,
mean?
it's testing the theory, and I mean, yeah, and it's
Right?
kind of like, hey, do you really think they're going to be? Or you think they're really going to fall for that? And it's like, well, there we just went through this, and it's like they fell
Right.
for that. Okay, so the next one then, and that's where it's just important to
Each
start getting
thing we
people to
allow,
wake up.
absolutely.
You know,
And that,
it's get back to real life. You know, pay attention to what's happening in your house. Start caring about stuff, and all of a sudden, some of this
yes,
shit will start to mean different. Don't just look at the next show on TV. Don't just sit there and grab another bowl of freaking popcorn and watch the next episode.
yes. If you start in your home, making it better, making everybody better, making yourselves better, and and then working outward, maybe it's going to knock off those algorithms that think that they know everything and how this is going to go. And what Rabbit said, yeah, we're not the targets. We're already a write off because we're old. Well, y'all aren't. Um, I don't know how old you are, Wingnut. You don't sound very old. And but it's the I would say the generation of our grandkids. And so that's whenever my grandkids come over to visit, phones, put them away. I pull out the board games, whatever they want to do. I got the two youngest ones sit there on the floor and they play chess. And it's, um, we just got to get back to, I really think that that is going to piss them off more than anything we can do is to live life as it should be lived without all this technology. Although there's good technology, but minimize it to where it's not controlling.
Well, yeah,
Meaning,
you got to change the message going in too, because that's, you know, the message that's being pumped out on a bigger scale.
yes,
And so you've got to address it. That's why, man, if I could redo raising my kids, because I just thought regular, you know, family shit was the problem. I didn't really see just little outside influences, which it wasn't too bad, but I could
yes,
see where now today's like, oh, this would be batshit crazy now.
yeah, yeah. You got to worry about what they're being taught. That's why
Yeah.
I'm homes. My daughter, I keep telling her, I'm homeschooling my granddaughter. Don't argue with me on this one. And yes, it's all of those things, even like the city, the county, because the city, they threw in a ordinance just not very long ago, public land, putting things that are public land where it comes right up to my backyard. And I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean by public land? So am I fixing to have a bunch of tents of people that I don't even know where they came from because I'm 200 miles from the border? And it, oh, I wish I could just go to every single meeting and fight all of this, but it's going to take the middle generation, not us
Well,
so much as our kids, to change all that for the grandkids.
well, they've got to see the message and they've got to hear it. And so that
Yes,
means people have to change the walk and talk, and they actually have to carry the same thing that they're wanting to see. They have to broadcast that. It has to be an example in
yes,
front. And then you have to start to change a narrative of little things, like in what is, what qualities makes a hero, because kids think of heroes, rather, grown-ups like to think of it, little kids think of that, and it's little things like that. And what do they see as entertaining? What's being put in front of them as their choices to find entertaining, because those are decisions that are going to be made. But if
Yeah,
they're
like
watching
who's
kid,
our male role, positive male role models today? You know what I mean?
oh yes, you're right.
yes,
Ain't happening.
yes,
But see, think about it, though. You got people that'll say, "Oh, well, yeah, my kids don't have a phone." It's like, okay, but do they sit there and roll a ball on the floor and watch you stare at the phone? Because see, then the minute they can get their hands on one,
right,
that's what they're going to want to do.
yes,
It's just they're inquisitive, so you've got to be selective on what they're exposed to early on. That's what changes their thought process. That's what'll get them interested in things. That's when you end up with the kid that says, "What? I want to just go camping or something, or let me go down to the lake and go swimming," versus the kid that sits in on the Xbox. It's in what were they shown in the very beginning.
yes. And those are things we need to change for sure.
That's where it really all starts.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you can do the little political stuff and fight these little battles, but if you were really to see any change to correct this course in any way, it's a societal thing. The same societal shift that got us into this shithole. It's going to take a
yes,
societal shift to get us out of it.
Yeah, start local. Start
Yeah.
local. I mean, honestly, grassroots. You know what I mean? Because honestly, the corporation has gotten too damn big to actually, one of us to go after the freaking the main the government or whatever. No, we got to start local because that's where it begins. You know,
yeah,
and you can't begin at the top. You got to start at the bottom, work your way up. In a way.
Yep.
And everything. That's another thing too. There's a lot of minds out there, like the ones that are cops, the ones that are military, these are the people these are some of the minds that we got to change. We got to actually open up and wake them up because
yes,
they're another brick in the wall. You know what I mean? And as long as we got order followers that are willing to do everything that they're told to do, the politicians got nothing to worry about because they got people doing their dirty work for them. You know what I mean?
exactly. They're the minions.
Well, they got to be reminded of integrity. They need to be
Yes,
reminded of
and
honor.
and morals.
Yep.
Your word, your morals, your values. Yes,
I mean, that's really it's been a lot of the morality has been just like totally diluted in this nation. I mean,
yes,
honestly, and I think that was done on purpose because that is one way to actually control the nation is you have to demoralize it first. You know what I mean?
and that's what
Oh,
I
yeah.
see. That keep pushing the racism thing. Keep pushing the
Well, yeah, that's just
trans.
another way to divide. You know?
Yes, everything to divide and
Well, and you totally
just feel like
disintegrated the family unit. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no role model even at home.
Yeah. That's why I
Making,
asked about the positive role model. It's like, where
Yeah.
is him? Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Nothing at home. So anything they pull up on a TV, there's nothing there. Then you have the internet, some tablet or a phone, and you dang well know there ain't nothing there. So that pretty much that's when it's a gamble. It's where this kid just shot the roulette wheel. Where did it fall? Like what room did he come into the first time he went to YouTube? First time he went onto Facebook when he was given that phone, he went into his room and he got on Instagram. What was the first one he saw? And that's that because when you think about it, that's the sparks that lead them to go a little bit more. Whatever mom or dad might think they know, once they've unopened that Pandora's box, because
Mm.
society's a shithole right now. It's fair game, and it was taught that, well, no, free range, man, speak your mind, and we polluted that.
Well, and that's it.
The
The
First Amendment, we kind of polluted it to the point to where now it's just a bunch of screaming, and there's no point. We lost the other. It's you've got the right to say whatever you want. You're just not free from the consequences. Well,
and
now
we
you
don't
are.
have the right to say whatever we want. Look at what's happened to us on YouTube.
Oh
And
well, that,
that's
see,
the push is um to
I
make us
got it.
accept everything that they put out there.
But see, we really don't have to. And I know this is where I'll piss some people off, but it's okay.
No.
It's late enough at night. But because it's a YouTube, it's a service. It's no different than your house. Your house has your rules, and you come in. Well, maybe sit around. I sit around my house, and I say GD, and I
Oh,
say GD all the time. I come to you, and you're like, "Hey, yeah, come on, rescue, come over and have supper." And I come in there, and I go, "Yeah, boy, that was a GD meal, boy." And you're like, "Thank you, rescue." And I go, "What's the GD's problem?" And you're like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm going, "What do you mean?" See what I'm saying? So you go, hey,
yes.
here are the rules of my house. Well, in all honesty, whether we like it or not, because yeah, they do a shitty deal, trust me, because they don't honor even their own policy because it's not fair. It's not across the board.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And
not only that, it
but
was like
it
a
is
lot
their
of the stuff I
policy.
didn't sign up for to begin with when I got on YouTube 11 years ago. They've
But
changed
what
the
you know,
rules since then.
and I believe though, when
Yes.
that if you watch, there's a little clause in there that even tells you that they can alter at any time.
Yes. And that's any social platform.
And
So
that's business.
even if you go out to your community and you start saying these things, do you think you're not going to get any resistance?
Well, no, because you can go sit in the park bench and you can say whatever you want. And then that would you can sit wherever. Right here, though, you're actually, as you when you signed up, you said, "Hey, yeah, I'll agree to whatever terms." And you,
Yes.
even if you sat down and read those, there was that one finishing part that said that they may change,
Right.
and they just added them and changed them. Well, once we entered into this political arena, well, actually, not even so much the political arena, because I personally saw a big change in them when the whole rioting shit started, because they started to try to hide all that. And that's where a lot of the music shit kicked in with the whole taking streams out if you played music and shit. And because that's what they started playing. Every time they started burning shit down, they'd play music in the background. So then that way you wouldn't film it. Well, see, well, that part is a shitty deal. But as a company, if they go in there and all of a sudden they write a new little term and says, "Yep, no music on live streams," bam, just like that. They
Right.
can do that. It might be shitty, and then the customer should be standing up. And now this is an old school way of thinking. See, this is the old school way. This is where the mass customers go, "What the hell is that shit, dude? We don't appreciate that." And they flip you the finger, and then the mass customers go, "Well, then we're going here." And then all of a sudden they see the numbers crunch and they go, "Okay, well, we won't do that."
But
That's
Well,
that.
it's even if imagine if a kid decided to take a Bible to school and whenever they had free time they were allowed to sit and read it. How many schools are going to allow that?
Well, but see, then again, how many people went to the board meetings to make sure that that stayed part of that school?
True. And but that's what it takes. It's
Right.
it's like it's a battle all the way up, and it
But I'll
does.
say this. I'll say this when it comes down to the social media on the internet. A lot of this stuff has been a bait and switch. You know, they beat you in with this new platform. They're like, oh, look at all this free speech, blah, 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 blah. They bait you in. Everybody comes in. Next
Yes,
thing you know, they change all the freaking rules on you. Now they're censoring everything. Everybody's forced to go to another platform. They'll do the same thing on that one. They'll bait you in with all this promises, and then they'll change the rules down the line. It's the same
Yeah.
thing, bait and switch, bait and switch. But it's like, for the people that want to actually, say that contrary to the narrative, we're having less and less places to actually speak our mind. You
Well, it's
know,
almost going back to the old school way where you need an individual website. You make a website, and it's like,
well,
here's my
there are
opinion.
people that have tried it. Rescue. It's expensive to actually,
Oh,
to make your own YouTube, for instance. The whole logistics on the software and the programming, just to actually make the software for like YouTube, for instance, where you can
actually, you
have
can get the bandwidth is your biggest cost with that kind of
yeah,
stuff.
and the servers. You know what
Well,
I mean?
see, and then that's why, and I even when I started this way back when I kind of started looking into, and I started YouTube because I had just started finding out about the whole Amazon farm, dude. I had never really paid attention to the whole consolidation.
Hmm.
I was used to my local little Dallas server farm up here that I had used for the longest, and then there was another one up in Vancouver. And then all of a sudden, I realized how many of these other ones, because that used to be the thing. Hell, everybody, I used to have a server rack over in my house up until like 8 years ago. Ran a server rack and had it hooked up, and I used to host different sites for different things. It was just one of the, I didn't realize because I was out of touch. But so many things, I guess, on the fly. I guess so many people got used to the whole YouTube and the Instagrams and the little phone things that
Yeah.
they stopped making up the little computer sitting over there. That wow, I can make my own website. I can actually say what the hell
Yeah.
ever I want. Watch this shit.
Yeah, because this was already provided. It's all convenient. It's already there. Why make something when it's already there? You know,
Well, it gets preloaded on all your shit, so it's right in your face. It's kind of
right?
like for me, it goes way back in the Internet Explorer days when Microsoft got sued
absolutely.
over that because they used to force it on you, and so it's like, wait a minute, this isn't fair to the rest of the browsers.
Well, and that's the thing is we don't want to lose touch with each other. But this whole there's so many of us, and so
Huckleberry.
even if it's maybe not be so serious in our discussions, I don't know, but it's hard not to try to figure out some way to overcome. And um, hey, Beaver Valley, you're
Well, that's
new.
why I like the communication part of it, man. I'm still old school. I still talk on a CB radio. All right, but I personally want to think outside the box. All right, you think about like all these cell networks and all the platforms that we have when it comes down to YouTube and all the social networking. See, CB is the original social network. All right, before the internet and all that stuff came into play. And I'm always thinking of different ways of actually utilizing that same basic idea and that technology and do what we do now. Like for instance, this all right, what we're doing right now on this panel and all that stuff, and we're broadcasting live and all that stuff. See, old analog television frequencies aren't being used anymore. Like I said, I'm thinking outside the box, and we can use that same type of scenario on a CB radio, but with video. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's
but
really it's a rudimentary, old school technology. It still works. It's just nobody's using it anymore. Everything went to digital, you
Yep.
know.
but
And
I
I
how
was
actually
many?
helped make that conversion in my area.
well, see, that's the thing too. Is like I was sitting there thinking, I've got like old school, just old school, technology, and because back in the day, like for instance, if you wanted to hook up like a play, like a gaming system or something like that to your TV, you had to run it through what they called an RF modulator and then plug that into your TV before you can actually use it. Well, that RF modulator, I was using that and an antenna amplifier in line, and I was taking like an old VCR as my playing system, for instance, and I'd hook that. This is all RCA jacks and stuff like that, and I'd run the VCR through the RF modulator, through the amplifier, out the antenna. So I would push play on my VCR, and I was broadcasting what I was playing on the VCR out the antenna. So anybody that had a TV within range that had like rabbit ears that were turned to channel 3, they could pick up my broadcast. All right. Well, if everybody had that, basic capability, we can use it would be like, okay, I did a broadcast, you want to talk back to me, you do a broadcast, whatever, and the receiver is just the regular TV with the antennas on it. You know what I mean? And it just really comes down to range. You know what I mean? Because the FCC, they really want to have their nose into everything, and they don't really want you to broadcast a long distance.
It's that modulator part is
Yes.
where you kick in, because then that's where the conversion. Because that's part of what we did. It was, and I talked about this once before. Well, I remember doing that conversion,
Right.
and I was just like, wow, But it was approached from a technological upgrade, and like from on the line side, we saw that because it's like, oh man, cool. We aren't going to have to get up here and adjust these antennas and shit. You don't have to do any of that in the digital world. So, but of course now you can kind of see like, yeah, don't really like this whole limit on shit. But it was the modulator racks, because that was where your pumped out power comes from.
Right.
Your modulator.
Well, see, this is what I was thinking. Using that basic same old technology, but kind of incorporating newer technology along with it, we can make it a lot better. And instead of relying on a self-service to give us all this service, each one of us become the network. It's kind of like the CB radio or ham operators. Every person that got a radio and got on the air, they become part of the network individually. We don't rely on a infrastructure to do it for us. You know what I mean?
So if we went at this legitimately, then we would need some kind of politician to kind of help us out so that they could pass something that would either make those frequency bands that we would be using in the analog world like public domain. Otherwise, the minute they saw that starting to be used as a focal point, they would do something.
They would try. Yeah, you have a point there. I don't know how. See, I don't like getting the government involved in any way personally. But you have a point there. There's something to think about, because I know, they're trying to keep us all, on the same page as the narrative. And they don't want us talking about anything else other than what the narrative says. All right. When we start talking about it on other ways or other means, freaking smoke signals or whatever, they're going to try and shut us up somehow. I mean, seriously.
And that's what I was going to ask you, how, because I know with the CBs back in the day, just running around with CBs all over the place, anyone could listen in.
Yeah. It's party line. You know what I mean? If you're within range and on the same frequency, yes, you can listen in like everybody else can. I mean, and they're listening in on this right now, for instance. Yes. Right? But I'm sitting there thinking about everything's going to digital. So I mean, they're not. I mean, I'm sure they probably are still watching it, but they're not really having a lot of focus on the old analog stuff. You know what I mean? So it's still there. It's just not being used.
So that brings up another thing. Home-based is the smart meter. How many people are fighting to get those smart meters off of your house? Thankfully, they don't do that here where I'm at, but I've heard a lot of people saying, and we know what they do. And then the white boxes on the towers.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you this: what they tried to do here in this county, they tried to do the same thing they did out in California, where the county wanted to put meters on everybody's well. Everybody that has their own property, spent their own money on putting a well in, getting it dug, putting the pump down there, did all that stuff. The county wanted to come in and put a meter on their well and charge them for pumping water out of their own well off of their own property. That didn't pass, but they were trying that stuff. They did it over in California, but that's another thing that's like
Well,
along with smart meter scenario. They're trying to actually, basically charge us for every single thing, every single piece of resource. They are trying to charge us for it. See, the thing is, we as people have a natural right to water and food and roof over
yeah,
our head, basically. You know, but they're ignoring our natural rights. They're trying to put a meter on everything. Every
yes.
single thing. I mean, literally, like if we go to the route of you will own nothing and you will be happy, it's like you will be renting your toothbrush. You know what I mean?
I know in my area they tried that with the meters on the wells, and it was blocked right off the bat.
Well,
No,
it should be everywhere, but evidently there's some places they're going right up against the damn Second Amendment. They're going like, screw that, who cares? And they're totally passing all this stuff in some counties. Like these county officials think that they're freaking gods, man, or kings or something.
Well, they're
Look what
elected
Illinois
officials
did.
that have been placed in these spots, and nobody's probably challenged them. I got
Yeah.
to
Well, that's
thinking about
okay.
the run on here.
Well, you see, like Rescue, you saw those parents that were in that school board meeting, and they challenged them. And guess what happened? The FBI is starting to get called, thinking they were freaking a domestic terrorist because they were questioning it.
Well, they're addressing that now, though. So,
but even then, it still happened. It's like, okay, it's they what they said, you can't beat the ride. You might be able to, but might be able to beat it in court. You know what I mean? It's like you might be able to beat it in court, but you're still going to jail that night. You know what I mean?
Oh, well,
it's
yeah,
like,
no, but that's why I've said it from the beginning. That's why, yeah, the local part matters, but it's also on those judges and those DAs in your area, because that's the ones that are going to hear your case. That's what needs to be.
Rescue.
And it comes down to what are you willing to do to.
But Rescue, these things, it's a conflict of interest. They're all getting paid by the same people, right?
Yes.
The prosecutors, the judges, the lawyers. You know what I mean? It's a conflict of interest. They're working against us in a sense. There's the money's
they're
that
hustling
they
their
get.
jobs, but most of that Congress is made up of damn lawyers.
Well, yeah, ex-prosecutors or whatever. Yeah.
Even people that just went to law school just so that they could say that they were a lawyer, that then go get into politics.
Right.
I mean, but that's because that's that play on words. That's that bog people down. And now, I mean, it's real easy too. It's just like nowadays, you can put the boot on somebody real quick. Just if you arrest somebody at the right circumstance at the right time, it can be a life-changing thing, and it can actually change the whole direction of somebody's life.
Oh yeah.
But see, we don't think in terms like that anymore. Well, it's all in a corporate level, and so now that's how a lot of these cities, that shit's just ran this shithole of Houston down here.
It's like you get pulled over here, man, without a seatbelt on. It's like close to $200 ticket right there for not even having a seatbelt on. I mean, there was no damage to anybody, no life, liberty, or property is damaged. There's no victim. I become the victim when I get stolen from in the form of $200. Man, what if that $200 is my last $200 and I needed that for rent? Now I'm forced to be late on my rent and be forced to be kicked out because I can't pay my rent because now this fucker wants to charge me $200 for not having a freaking seatbelt on.
Yeah, I've never agreed with that. I don't agree with the seatbelt. I don't agree with that.
But I'm saying that's just one example, though.
It is.
Well, that's complacency. It's just like I remember when they came up with the seatbelt law, and people griped about it. But I don't really know. I won't be judgmental and say one way or another because I don't know if it was just like out of ignorance. People didn't think about, wow, I need to go and say something about this, to my state guy. I don't really because.
Well, we're not bred to challenge this stuff, Rescue. Most people are just bred to do as you're told. We've
got complacent. We've got spoiled. We've got so many things that a lot of other countries don't, and so we got so. By God, I want my AC at 68. We don't understand what it's like to not even have it, or that we don't know. We only run this for 4 hours. We don't understand that way of life. That's that's what I think got us here, because we rode on all this cool little foo ha ha, but the people that were making the bank on the actual shit that we were getting lost in, those are the ones that have been driving the thing. And so now all of a sudden we're starting to kind of go, well, wait a minute, what do you mean? And it's kind of like, oh, well, yeah, this is where we're at now. And it's like, well, I don't like being here. And it's like, well, do something about it. And it's like, well, all righty, time to put the boots on and go to work. So that's why I say it now. Hell, I feel too old to get involved in politics and all that kind of shit, but it's time for me to pay attention to what's happening in the county.
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, it's kind of they do it on like purpose, like where they have these meetings most of the time when people are supposed to be at work. They do all this stuff. They should pander to the people, because they're our servants, and have these meetings to where people have more access or better access to. I mean, I would have to take off from work, for instance. Most people would have to take off from work just to go to one of these meetings. You know what I mean? But that's another thing too. It's like people don't get involved. See, actually, I think if anybody wanted to vote or anything, we should vote for like policies and laws and stuff like, or statutes or whatever, not necessarily a politician to do it for us. I think we should be voting for the actual, the statutes and stuff like that want to get passed versus the politician. This cult of personality is what's screwing us up.
If the
Well, see
voting
now.
worked.
Well, in the county down here now, county stuff, we vote on the county stuff.
Yes.
It's the state stuff that then this is where, and I was just saying here is all I know, but like here, we have a representative that then will then go to the state capitol, and this is where, see, I guess I lost sight of it, and I think a lot of people did, but
Yes.
it's when you go down to his office or you write the letters when you hear of this or something, and he and then when he goes to that state, you hold him accountable, like, hey, did you address that? Because I talked to the people all around me and we were worried about this. And you start to address that right then at that moment whenever they don't do what they say, and here we are decades later and we're kind of going, well, yeah, they don't listen. It's kind of like, well, we kind of stopped making them listen.
True.
Well, yeah. Well, that's another thing too. Rescue really comes down to like actually forcing them to comply with the supreme law of the land, forcing them to actually do as they're told, or do as that what because we the people are supposed to be the royals. They're the servants. It's not the other way around. Even though that the union, or since then they've tried to force it in the other direction where the federal government is the supreme sovereign of the land, and we're just the serfs, because that's how they treat us ever since. For 200 some odd years, they've been treating us like that. Ever since basically Jekyll Island, they've been treating us like that. And these are people doing these back deals and back rooms and behind locked doors without our knowledge, without our consent, and then we're all supposed to obey this stuff or we get punished. I mean,
Well,
seriously,
see,
when they
but
write
to a
these
point.
fancy words on a piece of paper, it's like, oh my gosh, what they got magic and they put pixie dust on it, and then we're all supposed to bow down.
Well, no, but what we should have done was we should have been noticing these changes as they were coming.
Well, that's what I said about my dad and my granddad, my great granddad, and they all kind of kicked the can down to the next generation.
Well, you're caught up in the moment. It's not so much you kick it down the road as in, because I know like that's why I've talked about raising mine. And if I had remotely thought that we would have entertained anything like this in the future, then I would have raised my kids totally different. But I wouldn't have saw this coming.
Well, see, that's
my head was down, and you just kind of, as long as you're paying your bills and your kids are happy and you're changing diapers and then they're growing up. So now it's always, so you're so many day-to-day things, you kind of lose sight of this big picture until all of a sudden something they do reaches over and kind of goes, hey, kind of like with this whole crap that they churned loose on us. Because think about it, even the e-shit didn't fire up. It fired up a good little part of people, but there was still a good bunch of people that were like, "What? Oh man, y'all are thinking no, he won, whatever." But this whole Demic shit, that
Well, I'll tell
change
you
everything.
this, like 3, 4 years ago, there's a lot of stuff people thought would never happen in this country, and look where we're at. That's the thing.
That's it.
And that's what I've said this for years. Most people will not understand how bad it is until they start seeing robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our head. And I mean, people think I'm freaking loony bin crazy when I say that, but they're not realizing the truth.
You're not crazy.
Yeah.
There's a rancher around here that they were over his house and he got a shotgun and shot him down, and that was that. So, but yeah, they're there.
Well,
Oh
that's
yeah,
the thing is, you know,
we got drones surveilling us that monitor our border. Even though we don't stop nobody down there, but we've got one at about 35,000 feet, and that's what they do all the time. I don't know that. I mean, now this will just be a kind of a joke too, in a little way, though. I don't know that we'll ever get to the robots walking down the street because, at the rate people are dropping right now, and if they unleash something else, I'm not sure how many people would be left for robots to be walking down the street of.
Well,
well,
that's
didn't they pass something over in California where they're the robot dog looking thing they got for the police department now can actually use deadly force? You
Yeah,
know, they
well,
strap a
that's
freaking gun to it. You know what I mean?
yep. But then again, I mean, yeah, California. So yeah, you can give that about 20 years, and then it'll start happening in about metropolitan areas. Although I don't know. Look at Illinois. Might be in the whole state here in about a few months.
Well, I know down here at Tyndall Air Force Base, they got those robot dogs that use it for like security perimeter type checks. They just want to roam around the base and stuff. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
already in the military base, and they're
Oh
already
dude,
putting it in certain police departments. So, okay, what's the next?
we've
So
had
what
them
if this
for
thing
over a
goes to the
decade.
point of Terminator and it starts thinking for itself and it does whatever it wants to do, which that's
We've
very close to happening. You know,
and
well,
you were talking
by the
about
way,
the babies, and
yeah,
now they're making test tube babies, whatever they call
hmm
them, in the lab.
right, yeah. Well, that falls in line with that
So,
eugenics and transhumanism. It's the same thing. It's all trying to get like this that's transphobic, this trans blah 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 whatever the LGBT blah 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 whatever. All that's just try to normalize the whole eugenics and transhumanism and the agenda, because that's all.
or
These are just steps to get to that point where it. You know, seriously, I can see a future if we continue going in this route that it will be actually almost like a fashion statement to get your arm chopped off and get a prosthetic because it's cooler, you know. Um,
oh
or
yeah, if society doesn't change course whatsoever, then yeah, this is
or it could be, what do they need us for?
right. I mean, honestly, once our usefulness is over with, what are they going to do? They're going to just, toss us aside, you know.
oh well no, because they'll always need the labor force, so the labor force will be there.
But they're already making the robots that do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you've got to, at some point that's just. I mean, I get it, but I mean, in the aspect of the whole production of that kind of stuff, you have to have humor and interaction, and it's like
Bare minimum.
I know no, you actually have to have quite a bit because of the programming of each function of that in each station. So a robot that screws that screw, and then the robot that actually is going to say weld this, and you look at all the items
Well, I mean,
in that are here, then that would take so many robot that would just, I mean, I guess yeah, at some point, because I don't know where infinity ends, but at some point I guess you could make enough robots that
yeah.
then they could actually sustain everything, and then you could wipe everybody else out, I guess. I don't know. Hollywood said you could in Matrix, but
Well, the Terminator. If you look at if I was to use the movies as a timeline scenario, the chronological timeline, the Terminator had to come before the Matrix came into play. You know, that's how chronologically it would play out.
well, even the Terminator. I mean, if you make them, because we make them now, but I don't. I understand where the fear comes in people. It's just the programming side of things and the way programming and the ones and zeros
I
calculate.
know, but
And they're
Have you been
very
paying
seem
attention?
very impressive because they can script this stuff to be able to do things and make decisions off of a decision database, but it's still all based off of what ifs. And
To
so
a point, yeah, yeah. I mean,
until
a lot of
they
it, like,
actually develop
yeah,
a spark of conscious that makes us our soul,
right,
then it's going to be it'll be a being. Then
yeah. That's why they call
it'll
it the
think on its own.
singularity, because they have no idea what this thing's going to do when it wakes up. Yeah, they have
Well,
no idea.
that's because you throw so many options into the pool, you don't know where it's going to pick. It's kind of like a kid nowadays. If you just expose the kid to all the options in the world, you don't know which avenue that kid's going to take. Well, that's the same concept with that. If you and so the power comes into whoever, and I'm not saying, I mean, yes, bad shit could happen. A robot could go plumb ape shit and probably wipe out a whole room full of people, just like in a
Hmm.
movie almost. I don't think that it's going to be like to the point to where it will automatically annihilate everybody, be able to exactly know how to inject into something, write a script that then will populate the whole globe, and then that's that. So it'll be a containable to a point thing. Can disaster happen? Hell yeah. But then again, we nuked the shit out of stuff before because we said, hey, I wonder what that boom. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So
a
you don't
lot of
exactly
stuff
nuke
doesn't have
as
an
you're
off
thinking.
switch, though. They don't put an off switch on this stuff.
Well, that's your EMP.
But even then, it's like, okay, you know, what if this entity, whatever it is, it got to that point and actually can, you know, is smarter than every human on the planet. I'm sure that it would probably anticipate that move. Like, for instance, if it was a chess move, they would anticipate that move happening and how to maneuver around it faster than we would be able to react.
If you put those options in that,
Yeah. Well, I mean, even
because
then,
that's what I'm saying. You got to
if
put the
it's just
certain
left
info.
alone and to learn, like for instance, just here's an AI. It's a brand new. Just here, I'm gonna let it loose onto the internet, and you just learn whatever you want it to learn. What do you think that AI is gonna grow up to be? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that would be totally batshit crazy.
I
That would
mean, for
be
real.
insanity. Well,
Yeah.
that's what. But I don't think it would have the power to, you know,
Well, there's a lot of
instantly
systems
take
that
over.
are integrated into the cloud and blockchain and all this other stuff. I mean, even military systems.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Well, I'm not saying it
so
couldn't wreak havoc, and then it could do that depending on how intertwined. But there are, I won't say fail safes, but there's things that could be
I'm
used as
sure.
a fail safe. They weren't
I'm
designed as
sure.
a fail
Yeah.
safe. I mean, because
I'm sure
actually, in
there
all
is.
honesty, when it comes down to it, you can reach over and slap a piece of fiber and it'll break. You don't even have to try real hard. So while it looks all fancy, plugged all up into them racks, but that's a hair piece of glass wire that's going into
Well,
there.
just on a crazy talk sci-fi scenario, let's just say it actually became alive and aware, and it actually took control over one of those big automated robotic car companies, you know, that make cars and stuff, and it's all robotics. It took that over and built its own offspring off of that line, in its own design. What do you think that would look like? You know. Um, because I mean there is that possibility down the line if they continue, which is a lot of people working day and night to actually make this thing sentient to the point of, you know, like this the singularity happen, you know what I mean, they want this stuff to happen, you know, but the arrogance that they think that nothing bad is going to happen is just like, that's crazy talk, you know.
Oh well,
Because
no, hell, people can make bad things. People make
yeah.
bad things with all
Well, I
things.
mean,
So
the thing is like, okay, like let's say the software, you know, guy, the coder or whatever, has good intentions on what he's building, but who actually ends up using the stuff that he's making may not have the same good intentions. You know what I'm saying? And
oh
that's what I
yeah,
think a lot
totally.
of this stuff is. It's, you know, people out there, this is great. I'm working on a robot. Oh, look at it. It jumps, it does flips. This is so exciting. But the people that are paying them and actually what they're going to use this for is a whole nother scenario. It's going to be a weapon. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Boston
Well,
Dynamics not just making these freaking robots just because they can dance. You know
oh
what I mean?
no, man, we make cargo haulers and shit, and yeah, it ain't a matter
Everything's
of
got a
time.
motherboard.
Well,
Right.
then we want to go manless. I mean, that's their whole drive behind the drone systems
Right.
is so they can go manless. I mean, And they can sell that very easily because then they just say, well, look, then nobody's going to be at risk. And
Well,
so
yeah, not
that,
only that, they don't need time off. They don't
but I
need
will
six
say this: at
days.
what point do you say, okay, well, I would rather try to get some good, stable politicians and good, stable people in the military here in the U.S. and
Right.
address this on a societal level because we're not the only country on the block. So
Yeah, I
if we
agree.
sit
It's
here
it's
and
an
kind of
arms
go,
race,
oh, we don't need
actually.
to do this, we're going to fight back our people, we're just going to fight right here. Meanwhile,
Well,
we
it's an
have
arms
several
race
other
because
countries that are all developing their own shit.
yeah, the AI stuff now is like the modern day nuke. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's racing to be the first, and whoever can be the first and have control, they will be the control the universe type of scenario. Because that's really where this is going when it comes down to the AI. Robotics, cybernetics. That's why they keep on trying to push this stuff when it comes down to the eugenics part of it and transhumanism, because that falls in line with that, the test tube baby scenario where you can actually design her babies. You can go in there and it's like, okay, I want a baby that's got black hair and blue eyes, blah, blah, blah. Check those boxes off and boom. 9 months later, you got a baby that's coming over to you straight out of the vending machine. You know what I mean? This is
See,
what
and I
they
guess that's
want.
the fun. I will say this is the funny part of this to me because
Yeah.
so for me, I remember when it was kind of first talked about, they started to dabbling with the DNA shit, and it was like, man, do y'all really need? Well, y'all can't even cure the common cold. Why are we doing this? Why are y'all focusing on that? It's just that, like I said, it was one of those little topics way back in the day,
Yeah, you remember the
and
day, what was that,
they're
that
just
goat
kind of like playing around with trying to different
they
shit. Yeah.
cloned?
Well, see, and you look at where all we've gone, and it's so
Mhm.
funny. Now, I don't mean to insult anybody, so anybody that gets insulted out of what I'm fixing to say, sorry
We all
about it.
have
I
a
just
right to be
find this very
insulted.
funny. I just find it funny. But so you hear all this
Use
talk
music.
about, oh my God, look at this, man, the eugenics, look at all this we're going. And I'm not picking on you just because you use that word like that, but I'm just saying, so
No,
all
go
this,
ahead.
man, look at all this, look at this. But then you turn around and say we went to the flipping moon, and they go, "Oh hell no, we didn't go there." And it's like, wait a minute. So the same kind of people that have been dabbling into this, you don't think that maybe those kind of same kind of thinking kind of went into, hey, you know what? We've got a race to get up there with other countries. Maybe we ought to dump in a bunch of shit and try to figure out how to do this. So we did it. It's just that it didn't
Mm.
turn out to be some evil shit. It turned out to be kind of cool. Only it's very costly and it's life costing. So we kind of backed off. Plus, it didn't serve a political service down here. So now that we've done been there and that little cold back and forth with them was over, we can dump our money into other shit. But it's just, I find it funny that there's this a large group that'll go with this whole. Because see, for me, that goes way back. I mean, way back to when they just started practicing with other shit other than just common medicine. And here we are, but not the moon. And yet I remember watching those engines get developed, them figuring out how to do the stabilizer on the thing and program that shit. And all of a sudden, none of that happened. And it was like, but wait a minute, all this happened, but none of that happened. That's some crazy shit. Sorry. So there, anybody that got insulted, well, man, don't. It ain't worth it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I know. Like it all went quiet there. It all just died off. Okay, well, that's my signal. I guess.
Well, I do need to close it down. Interesting talk, and thank you for putting the positive input there.
Well, I hope
And
I hope Wingnut didn't get mad at me or nothing.
no, I don't think so. I hope not too. Wingnut, that was not even. I hope it was just his internet or a wrong button or something. But
See, when I was going to say something about 10 o'clock, and it's just so it's 10 o'clock Thursday or 9 o'clock Central Time is the auction
yes,
Thursday night, which technically my time it would be tonight because it's 1:30. Can't believe it's 1:30, but it's 1:30.
yeah.
Dang.
Rescues auction, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central,
7 p.m. Pacific.
7 p.m. Pacific.
Well, hey, then, Miss Bonnie, thank you for having me up here. Thanks for all the talk. It was actually pretty fun, enjoyable. Had a blast. Everybody in chat, make your day a good day tomorrow. And I will see y'all tomorrow evening, hopefully, if you can make it.
Yes. Good stuff.
Peace out, everybody. Y'all take care.
You take care too, Rescue. Thank you. All right, y'all. NC Dabs, I hope you're still listening. This is just talking. Please don't take it to heart. We've got this. Start in your homes. Whatever you need to do to put out positive, good stuff. So I'm going to close up tonight. Love y'all. God bless you. Try to sleep well. See you tomorrow night at Rescues, I hope. Y'all take care.